Hello! Hey everyone! How's it going today? It's lovely Saturday afternoon. So, the Ace Attorney Investigations collection just released yesterday. And we're gonna play it! We may or may not have some friends showing up for voice assistance. So we'll see. Let me just get the game loaded up so I can share it on the side stream. Yeah, let's get the full screen first and such. Yeah, Don't mind me. Full screen, where are you? Okay. Nope. Keep accidentally clicking that. Where the heck am I? Where'd I go? Where the freak am I? Okay, seriously, where the freak am I? Where'd I go? Hello? There, jeez. Alright, fine. You guys have to let me know how the volume is. Okay. I could turn off this. And okay. Now we switch to this. Well, hey. Alright, so I have never played these games, but I've heard very good things about them. I'm looking forward to it. So I say, let's just jump right in. New game. Yeah, let's do the new sprites, I think. I don't think it especially matters. Turnabout visitor. Let's take a look. I got an achievement for playing with the HD models. Cool. March 14th. Yeah? Make sure a defendant is found guilty. What other choice do I have? Is this Edgeworth? It's a job of prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Oh, these are different people. Sorry, maybe it wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. Oh, rip. Kamoshida? Oh. I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. March 14th, 2:05 a.m. Prosecutor's building, 12th floor hallway. Yeah, he is. So, I don't know if it's in any other games, but there is a canon-voiced version of Edgeworth in Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. He does kind of have an accent, so I'll try to I'll try to do that if I can. Try to channel it. It's hard to believe I've been away from my office the whole month. Hope Detective Gumshoe's been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. The door's unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? What's this smell? It's very familiar. Blood? Yo-oh! What the? It's a man! He's dead! What's the meaning of this? Freeze! Oh boy. Identify yourself. Shut up! You've got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. No! Is that a threat? I make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. Only me! No one. Oh, there they go. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I'd be thrust into a multitude of cases, some very frantic and busy days. Nope. Not even an hour later, everyone's already here. I finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well. Continue your investigation. Yes, sir. Ah! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! You okay, sir? Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard the murder taking place in your office, I ran up here straight away. This is Dick Gumshoe. He's a detective with the local precinct, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine. However... Look what they did to your office! Totally trashed! I'll say, the culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud to my office. Whoa! Sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing! This crime was committed in my office, so it was my responsibility to solve it. Ho ho, that's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Agreed. First course of action to gather relevant facts and leads. Must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we're to find the truth. So click on everything and anything, got it. So keep any leads or information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur in my office? Get a nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, not really. Especially because of this. A key to your office? The store has a lock built into it. What do you mean, sir? If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. Oh, we are really going Layton now, huh? Logic? He's never heard of logic in his life. I find the connection between two pieces of information, and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic. So how do you use it? First, I recall the information we've gathered with Q, and I connect them with T. A QT! You are, Gumshoe. Now, to use Q, recall the facts. Q. What? Okay. We connect these. Oh no, you lose health if you connect wrong? Uh-oh. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks. Which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, one of Edgeworth's favorite words, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as a mere coincidence. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only the truth remains. Every puzzle has an answer. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, it may stray far from the truth as well. If we think carefully about piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir! Oh boy, begin investigation. The basis of any good investigation to examine everything, sir! I know that. When I want to examine something, I simply use space when I'm next to it. Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just use T, okay? I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. What have we here? This perhaps be the murder weapon? If so, it'd mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. Okay, hold on, I need to up the, Okay. Okay, just those. Okay. I think we got it. I think I've seen one of those before. I think I've seen a gun before, says the policeman. Care to enlighten me as to where? Well, I know. I was issued the exact same model. I think. Detective. I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. When I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much, except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it. So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used by those precinct's detectives. Did Gumshoe do it? I mean, he kinda just said it. He doesn't like him. Wait. Wrong button. Space. I saw the magnifying glass, I'm like, oh, that's shaped like a Q. Ouch, they even knocked over your chess set! Had it all set up, ready for when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. Had no idea you're interested in chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try. In that case, suppose I can set some time aside after we solve this case. Though I don't expect the games to tax my mental acuity much. I finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. Won't rest till I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Like perhaps... I don't believe it! I packed those files on the shelves so tight! That not even an earthquake can make them fall off, but just look at them! This rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all! A problem, to be sure. But once the investigation is over, we'll put them back up on the shelf. Really? The blood on them isn't important, Edgeworth? Let's see here. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area. Looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area. Looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Yup, until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Actually, hold on, I remember correctly. His Edgeworth's actual voice, like, please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Or something like that. But that was the weird English dub of Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright, so I'll just go with what I've been doing. You gonna be okay with keeping track of the evidence you find, sir? Of course, this is the safest way I know to keep track of it all.
Alright, if you say so.
Keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. Want to re-examine a piece, I've but to press E to open my organizer. If the organizer is only for evidence, keep people's profiles on hand in it too. Probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. Cool. Wallet. How much money does I have in here? What do we have here?
Hey, I think I've seen one of those before.
It's a police badge. Oh, that was a wallet.
Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coinky-dink.
Let's take a look inside. Buddy Faith? Mr. Buddy Faith. I fear that our victim was a detective, just like you. Seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. How to calmly use some logic to figure out if any of them are connected to each other. Okay. Let's see. So perhaps... the revolver, the standard model used by detectives. Could have belonged to a recently departed. Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time?
Yes, sir. On it now, sir.
I mean, you could do fingerprints on the gun, but...
Excuse me, pal. Let's see. What do we got here? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. This guy's wearing a gun holster.
So it appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Revolver data, jot down the organizer. Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. As I always say, you've got to look... Edgeworth wouldn't say gotta.
As I always say, more toasters. Gotta look really carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use the arrow keys to rotate an object. No such thing as a bad angle. Use Q and E to zoom in and out and get the nitty gritty.
Can I? Yeah, I can. Hold on. Oh. Aha! Looks like only one round was fired from this.
Wow, so the killer killed the victim with just one shot after wresting the gun from him. Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. Let's give the body a once-over. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area. I keep saying abdominal. There's no snowman here.
Looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir.
In other words, he was shot.
Yup. Until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that.
Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Guess we'll go like this. Victim's badge. Probably fell out of his pocket during the struggle.
But I always take extra care to make sure mine doesn't fall out of my pocket, sir.
Oh?
I always have it down the bottom of one of my super deep pockets, without fail.
Is it possible that he's never taken his tattered coat to the cleaners? It's possible. Books.
It falls over the floor, sir.
Probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer.
Oh, and I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, there's just running all the time and effort I put in pointless.
Don't recall ever asking you to clean my room.
Well, I watered the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day every Saturday, I'd come and clean this place till it sparkled.
Does he have a life? Guess that's about all we're gonna find out. Send the body to,
Jim!
Why, oh why? How could this have happened to a guy like you? Surely this distinct-looking man has nothing to do with the case. Are you alright? Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be! Sorry, but I can't do that. Investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body! The body! Don't talk about me, some lump of flesh! Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turning for the night. His name's not Jim, but,
sure, just a bloodstained suit, pal.
Where are my manners? Aren't you the prosecutor?
Why, yes, I am. I'm Jack Portsman, prosecutor. Jim here's my partner in crime, busting ghosts.
I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I'm also prosecutor.
Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir.
So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office. Yes, that is correct.
It was you! You're the one who killed Jim! Hey, don't go around jumping conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay?
I will not. I know how things work around here. High prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them. And you know, the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Do they not have cameras in here? Because I would, like, solve it instantly. Though, of course, oh, the cameras were down. Inconveniently enough.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay?
Gumshoe did do it.
So the only one who could get in here was me. Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means.
So it was you then! You're Jim's killer!
No way, pal, you got it all wrong!
Everyone calm down. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you're a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. Investigation has only just begun. Is it too early to be drawing conclusions? Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. Tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on, then. It's your room, after all. Thank you. I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there! Sir! I want you to capture the scene on film for me. A final farewell to my partner, Jim. Again, that's not his name. I should probably give them some space. Surely he won't tamper with the body at all, right? Surely. Couch, have a sit down. Hope we can solve this case quickly. I can return to relaxing on this sofa.
That thing looks a billion times softer than my mattress at home. Can I sit on too? Just for a little while, sir?
Detective Gumshoe, you know I can't allow that. No pets on the sofa. Until this case is solved, neither of us has time to spare, let alone rest.
You're right, sir. Gotta work hard to be a real trooper to the end.
And once this case is over, I don't think you can afford to take any time off. Maybe you just stop deducting his pay over every single mistake, Edgeworth.
Ah, your jacket, sir. What's it doing on the floor?
It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round.
The killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well.
Wait. But the gun only had one round fired, so,
They dared to shoot the ultra-special jacket they made your prosecutorial debut in. What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster.
It's not worth getting worked up over, Detective. Now there's something more here.
Like what?
Take it you haven't noticed it yet, Detective. There's a giant contradiction right here in front of us.
Really?
Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. Starting to sound like him. But I have my own methods, and I'll conduct this investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. That'd be right here. This is it. This bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor at it and press T with conviction. When I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it. This is how I do things. It's my badge. That's my badge. This badge is designed to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as strict protectors of the law. An executor of sentences, much like harsh winter frosts and blazing summer days. To wear is to identify oneself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. Just a moment. Yeah, sorry. Put on the back. Each prosecutor's badge is engraved with the number of its owner on the back. Numbers. As if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. Interesting coming from Edgeworth. Just didn't expect that. Only one shot fired. Eureka! Eureka! This bullet holes the contradiction.
What do you mean, sir?
It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim, and the second felled this frame.
Hey, that's right!
However, this gun was only fired once.
Hey, that's true too!
Which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight?
By the way, I noticed something, sir.
Yes?
What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame?
Ah, that. It's a secret safe.
A secret safe? Oh, I smell money!
I'll spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you can kindly move this frame out of the way.
Roger that! Talk about dusty.
Suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. Oh, hold on. There is dust gone around the keypad. Uh-oh. Yeah-oh.
No, I know there's a safe here. I'd have kept it clean for you, sir. So when'd you put this thing in?
Wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one.
Really? I had no idea.
Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence.
So what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth?
Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial's in session.
That's it? Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams.
Won't for us to have expected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Well, sounds like we should investigate this some more. Like, the dust. Oh, I can't investigate the dust on it? Oh, maybe I can do it here. Now this is odd.
Found something, sir?
This keypad, don't you find it to be a bit too clean?
Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not the keypad itself.
You there, the forensic scientist.
Yes, sir.
Could you please dust this area for fingerprints?
You got it, sir. Couldn't find, let alone lift a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well.
As I thought. It appears that logic's the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots to the information we have. Alrighty. Here we go. I believe I figured out what the murderer was after.
Well, what is it, sir?
The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests the criminal at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. Wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information could tell me about this crime. Okay. Let's take a look. Is this yet another batch of fresh flowers?
The ones that come with a card attached every month like clockwork for you? Yup. Speaking of that, let's see what's on the card this month, sir. All will be resolved. Wendy.
Oh, Miss Irony, how painful are thy thorns.
Wendy? Isn't that the name of that old lady with the whiny voice that stuck?
That's enough, detective. You need not remind me further. Wendy, old bag.
Oh, it's your trophy. The Knight of Prosecutors, right?
King of prosecutors. It's not a trophy, it's a shield.
You only said this to the winning prosecutor, right?
Yes, but I have no real interest in the perceived worth of other people. As for my own worth, that is something only I can determine for myself.
Well, that's so slick, sir. You have to try saying that sometime.
Fortunate for him, his monetary worth is tied directly to his worth to me. Yikes. It's a good thing my steel samurai doll is spared any harm.
Speaking of which, I still haven't actually sat down and watched any of that show. What's it about again?
Well, I don't know much about it myself, but the hero of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Tokyo, is the Steel Samurai. His goal is to defeat the evil magistrate, the show geared towards kids. However, its high production values and riveting plot draws in a number of adults as well. Spin-offs like Pink Princess, warrior of Little Old Tokyo, and the Nickel Samurai, and off the deluge of merchandise and even a new stage show gives it presence.
You sure know a lot. Are you sure you're not some sort of rabid fanboy?
Of course not. Anyone who keeps with the society knows at least this much. That conversation lasted longer than expected. Let's return to this investigation.
Watch out for the teacup fragments there, sir.
Killer's going to pay. This tea set.
Yikes! You're really bad over this.
That was a funny pose he made. This tea set is very dear to my heart, can only be bought in England. Costs more than your whole month's paycheck.
What? Now I feel like the girl's wasting one of my monthly paychecks.
Oh, hold on. There's a different thing. That's probably his desk. Been a while since I've sat at this desk. Oh, how I've missed you. So tiny looks newer than when I first bought it.
Oh, yeah. I think so polished it makes mirrors jealous.
Don't tell me you had no other work the entire time I was away, detective.
My job is to protect your office, sir.
And you did such a good job protecting it that a murder occurred in it.
That's harsh, sir.
I have to admit the desk has never looked better, so I guess I can't dock his pay. Come on, dude. How's it coming along?
Please need absolute silence. This picture is too important to mess up.
Leave the man to his art. Mr. Portsman, a word if I may.
Jim, I swear I'll find your killer and bring them to justice.
You wait and see. It'll be for the both of us. Now then, you want to talk to me about something? No, that's alright. It's like I'm interrupting their conversation. Uh-huh. Do you have anything to report?
Sir, yes, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir. Yeah, there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes. Talk about a contradiction.
Something out of the ordinary, huh? Guess I should look around a bit more. Can't really check the body anymore right now. Oh, more on the safe? Oh, the safe itself.
I never knew there was a safe hidden back here.
Well, if detectives knew about them, they wouldn't be secret, now would they?
Any other secret hidden things in this room?
Even if there were, it would defeat the purpose of them being hidden if I told you. So don't bother looking for them.
So there's no, like, hidden camera around, right?
Ooh, is there? What if there was?
No, it's nothing. Forgot I said anything.
I even want to ask what he's been doing in my office while I've been away. No, that's everything. Guess all that's left is to look through the evidence again. It's E. I think that's so easy to take a life with just the pull of a trigger.
You know, I can't ever see myself really liking guns. Oh, but I love the ones that use a track and field beast to start races. If you take off before it's fired, everyone always ends up following your lead.
To chase you down for a false start, Detective.
Now you mention it, you might finish first, always wind up in last place.
Anything of the horse? Something else. Or is that the same check mark as before? Yeah, it might be.
You called, sir?
Is there anything you noticed that you'd like to share, Detective Gumshoe?
Just that I rushed over here as soon as I heard there was a murder in your office, sir. Investigation just gotten started, so I guess there's not much else to say. So, were you the one that found the body, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately, upon my return to find my office door to be unlocked. What awaited me inside was this whole messy affair.
Wow, that's rough.
Even though I left the security of this room to a certain detective.
Sorry, sir.
Let's try this. Seem to have picked up a few good leads.
Oh, so now I gotta do that thing you do with all the information, right?
What are you babbling about?
The brainy thing you're talking about just a few minutes ago, sir. Logic. He said that you can look at all your leads and info by pressing Q. He picked the ones that seem related with the space and connect them with T. That's a way of investigating, right, sir?
Yes, which while this exercise and explaining my own method to me was unnecessary.
Okay, how about I explain my logic to you next?
That is even more necessary. Okay, just wanted to double check if there's anything I'm missing. Because I don't want to mess it up. I don't know if these connect, though. I guess this. Maybe this? Perhaps. Hey, there we go. Because I figured if it was only theft, then why was there a struggle there? Okay. There's a possibility the files displayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer.
Oh, you mean I could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir?
Precisely. Need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen.
Yes, sir. Got a shelf of files like you've never seen before, even a library.
We can learn what that blood on them was. Sure, let's give that a try.
Why do all the good ones always die young?
Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth.
And, so what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth?
First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place.
You got it. Here, let me help. So this file goes here, and that book goes there.
Sure know a lot about where things go, despite being Mr. Edgeworth's office.
Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal. Okay, done.
It appears the murder was definitely committed here. Is that a third bullet hole?
Oh, the blood stain on the bookshelf is still fresh.
Suspect the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf.
Then the guy fell on the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out.
Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now.
Yeah, but you know I'm no good with blood, sir.
Certain there's something wrong with this picture. Like this third bullet hole.
So this is where the bullet lodge stuff went through the victim, huh?
But if he was standing up, how would the bullet would lodge so squarely to file spine? Indicates that the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred.
Guess the victim's moved because he was the killer's way. Victim's handprints.
Must have tried to support himself with his hands here after being shot.
The prints on the floor, too.
must have been made when, unable to stay standing, he dropped to the floor. Appears the victim was in a sitting position here after being shot.
Oh, so that's why they see the victim's pants has blood on it.
That'd be the logical conclusion. Hey, well, what about this one over here, though? What? Ah. Because we're not over there, I guess. Killer moved the body because it's leaning against the bookshelf.
The blood of this guy's pants proves that pretty well.
In a sense, I suppose.
See? Not completely useless, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not completely. What else?
Just put them all back, just as they should be, sir. Doesn't look like anything's missing.
Although it does look like the killer moved the body to flip through my shelves. I wonder if they found what they were looking for. Oh, we can deduce now. How about this? I again refer to you to the one bullet fired from this gun. This is clearly where the contradiction lies.
I don't really see what's so wrong with that spot.
You don't understand? See, therein lies the contradiction.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, it'd be nice if you just admit when you're wrong.
What? That was a mistake? That was me keeping you on your toes, detective. Well then, what the freak am I missing? I mean, that doesn't look quite right. Yeah. That doesn't seem quite right. Okay, I guess this... If this Aurora went through the abdomen, then, that doesn't really make sense either. Let me guess, I'm wrong. Oh, the bullet itself held too low. Victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up.
What if the guy was shot when he was sitting or lying down, sir?
That would be illogical. Victim leaned against his shelf after being shot. Suggests that he was standing when he was shot.
Then that means... wait, what does that mean, sir?
It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mind, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. It's for this mistake that a current contradiction was born. Was the faulty assumption caused this problem with the bullet hole's position? I think the position of the handprints. Because he was probably sitting down here first and then up there. Because the handprints are up there, we assume that it was there and then there. Suspicion of the handprints is what's causing this problem. It wouldn't be in this dilemma if the handprints were closer to the ground.
But the handprints are where they are, up top.
Yes, you're quite perceptive, which is why this is not a viable hypothesis.
No, so it's just a what if, then what's the right answer?
You still can't figure it out? Allow me to explain.
Yes, please, sir.
No. I guess the body? I mean, you fell over. The order of the files. Jeez, I'm gonna... hope I don't lose because of all this. Oh, wait a minute. If he was up here, then that means the files are in the wrong place. Okay, there we go. Leave the order of the files a bit off.
You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey,
oh, wait a minute, yeah. There's 0 before 1, 2, and 3. I was after him.
I actually think the labels of the files are wrong, sir.
Oh?
Yeah, you see here are the files that were shot begin with the number 0. What was doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird.
Actually, the way they're organized now is the correct order. They're exactly as I see them in my mind's eye.
Oh, but the number's all out of order.
Those white binders are special, so they're arranged a little differently. But from this we know the files are not in the order the crime occurred. Aha, so that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, Detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out. Aha! There we go.
Think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to see how it was for what moved?
They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why I wouldn't be. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith. Hey! Hey, look at that. You know, if you look upside down, it almost looks like it says Gumshoe. And also 0H is missing too, but you know.
Now put the files back in numerical order, I guess.
Exactly, and then proceed to shoot the victim.
Why would someone kill a man then look through your files one more time?
Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown to disarray twice, once before and once after the crime, but why? Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Let me give it another look. Well... this...
What's that? Why does it say Gumshoe on there in blood?
I'd say it's incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed.
No, wait, there's gotta be some mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, say something, sir.
It appears that one of my files was stolen.
Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation?
Is this what the killer was really after? Investigation complete. Oh, it's complete? Oh, it just fully heals you. Good. Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. His most important message managed to reach us.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me.
Can't be terribly pleased to hear your beloved partner's a guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it. I don't like this one bit. Something strange about this man's attitude. There must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you gonna do?
What I always do in court. I'm gonna cross-examine him. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique.
Whoa, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir?
Sure, why not? Maybe it might be different than an ace attorney. Alright. First, I listen to the witness's testimony. Find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence. Open my organizer with E and present the piece of contradictory evidence. Present something and simply use T, but that's old news.
But it's not like there's gotta be a flaw in their testimony every time, right?
Correct. At those times, you need to press the witness with Q. Sometimes by pressing, I can draw out the new information and new or modified testimony.
I think I get it, sir. Be sure to try this technique out during investigations, too.
Very well. I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully. Mr. Portsman's logic. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. It'll be by his final words that you'll be brought to justice. Well, we already know that Gumshoe put them back the wrong way. You intend to argue the victim's dying message points to his killer. I can hear Jim's voice. He's calling out for his killer's arrest. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe's the culprit here. I'll find the flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence. Let me look at my evidence first, just in case. I already have it. Okay, no. You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Huh? What is it? Why do you call the victim Jim, when clearly his name is Buddy Faith?
Is it obvious? Jim is the perfect name for my companion. Jacques and Jim. Don't those two names go together like peanut butter and jelly? But Jim isn't even close to the guy's real name.
Well, Jacques and Buddy just sounds off somehow. Besides, he was the third of a bunch of guys I'd nicknamed Jim. What? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? He talks about the victim like he was his pet. What do you mean? Freddy messed with files, make it commit theft instead. Wait, go back. Go back.
Hold it!
Do you really think it was necessary to shovel my shelves twice to do that? That's true. Okay, then maybe his real intent was theft.
Hey, are you accusing me of stealing something, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's a possibility. Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle. I mean, he's not wrong?
I'll have you know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal.
Sure.
Okay, so all 3 of them happen to be instant noodles, but...
Poor thing. What an evil prosecutor you're paired up with. And what a motive, no?
Hold it!
And why would Detective Gumshoe do such a thing? Because the body was getting his way. He had to mess up your bookshelf somehow, right? Anyway.
Hold it!
Why do you think that the killer didn't notice the bloody letters? Body was covering quite well, wouldn't you say? That's how he missed it. But judging by what I've seen, it doesn't take much for your detective to miss something.
Who do you think you are? You know nothing about me, pal.
There's a lot a person can understand about it now from first impressions alone. Can't say I disagree with him on that point.
Why don't you say something, sir? Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Despite his lack of attention to detail, I don't believe this detective has to be the culprit. Nobody could have overlooked the bloody letters, and I could prove it with evidence.
Couldn't ask for a better setup for the game fishing spike.
Okay. Do I just present this? Guess I'll try.
Objection!
The music stopped and I got an achievement. That's how I know it's right. Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsmouth, but there's a serious flaw in your logic.
Ha! Bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game.
Can't help but find it odd.
Excuse me?
Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you're joking, I get it. If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. You still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file?
What? That's impossible!
What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The files in that shelf are all about a certain case. The killer went to take the file after murdering your partner. I highly doubt the killer missed the bloody letters written on the spines.
Objection!
It's possible they could have taken the file before committing murder.
I think it's pretty obvious the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's name, where the file should be, is proof.
Yeah, I mean, the S is gone. There's only half an H.
Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case. I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood.
Which means, what exactly? What does that make this dying message?
Makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene.
That's so low! Can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir! I'm gonna get him, sir! You'll see! Gonna have them under arrest in no time!
Well, Mr. Portsman? Brilliant! Absolutely splendid! Logic deserving of Olympic gold! Appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. You win some, you lose some. That's how life goes.
Glad everyone's so cheery. Even though I feel more dead than alive.
But you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however.
What's it this time? You still after me, pal?
Hear me for a second. Who has the key to this office?
That'd be me. Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal.
It's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Why do I sense you still have something to say? On or off? Make up your mind, dude. I'm just thinking, did you know there's one other person with the key to this office? One other person? Hey, you there!
Yes, sir. Was it, sir?
Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? Uh-oh. A lady. The girl's a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness.
Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal, don't!
What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Believe she needs no introduction. I've called upon Mrs. Maggie Bird, a member of security. Oh, hey, it's Maggie Bird. Detective Gumshoe, sir.
Maggie!
Mrs. Bird is a security guard on watch tonight. I see, and your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, ha! Straight up jerk name, by it. Haha, I mean, the master key, which you can open only up. I'm sorry.
What?
If you're not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then you'll know the person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you! Would never stick into someone's room.
That's right. I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal. It was me. That's right. I did it.
You take that as a confession, Detective.
It wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. So yeah, it was me. If it was, you have no problems with that, right?
Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Alright, he's keeping it on. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. Okay, but you still have no proof other than that. This girl's the only one who could have committed the crime for one simple reason. Here we go. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, Detective Gumshoe was the one who opened the door. That leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. I mean, okay, this is Gumshoe we're talking about. There's a non-zero chance that Gumshoe accidentally left the office unlocked. I mean, someone could have stolen the key too, but like, it's Gumshoe. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable she was the one who fixed the dying message. So you're saying she used the master key? Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what she claimed off the evidence earlier as well. That was then, this is now. Well, if a good match always changes during a rally. It's about your reflex and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. What if there was anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key? Seems the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give us more details is to press him. Alright, time to press him.
Hold it!
Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could use the master key? There's only one person on staff this time of night, and tonight she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's, true, but wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. Wasn't able to. Someone stole the key. What's that supposed to mean? Yes, moving on. I hate to get sidetracked with something unrelated.
What do you mean unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal.
You can't really trust her not to tell lies, plus I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Of course. Not so fast. I too am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Should I just say be wasting time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that. Miss Bird, if you please. I discovered the master key was missing at around 1 a.m., sir. Yuppers. What do you mean by missing? As it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Mr. Portsman, I believe this to be an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe that someone like you be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir.
Objection!
If that's the case, I'd like to know why you have the master key now. I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. Likely story. Where's your proof the key was stolen to begin with? Again, do they not have cameras anywhere? In the entire precinct here, there are no cameras anywhere? I mean, I like, before the, like, oh, it takes place pretty far back argument, no. Security cameras were still a thing. I'm pretty sure. But he just forgot where he put it and then found it again. I never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. To me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it.
Yeah, pal. Trust me, you don't want to test just how bad her luck is.
Fortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth.
But... You still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office.
Motive? Didn't we already establish that was theft?
I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe.
As Mr. Portsman says, Mr. Detective. Well. Oh boy, today is one of those I can't talk well days. So, have fun of that. Can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. Time to counterattack with a few facts of my own. Well, I'm taking off my jacket.
Yep. Your intent for the messed up shelves and wiped down safe? I'd say thievery.
Can't really disprove that.
I incur the culprit's motive appears to have been thievery. However, glad to hear the great Miles Edgeworth and agree with little old me. However, with regard to the investigation of the bookshelves and safe, hey, good thing you asked for my opinion on the matter.
Would it be too much for you to allow me to complete a full sentence?
Hold it!
Sorry. Thought we had established Detective Gumshoe's innocence pretty thoroughly.
It was just a theory, one hypothesis among the many possibilities. I mean, I had my doubts about Miss Bird from the very beginning.
If that's the case, then why didn't you mention her first?
Now, don't make that face. See, there goes the truth, run the other way. Let's pick up the pace and see if we can't catch up to it.
I don't think you're catching my drift.
But we're in agreement that the detective isn't the killer, right? If so, then I hope you understand when I say...
Off, on.
Off? Since you're the only one who could have opened your office door.
There's only Miss Burr as our prime suspect.
Hold it!
Don't you think it's a bit early to be jumping to conclusions?
Saying there's another way to open the door than with the master key? Oh, I get it. Perhaps you had a spare made for someone else.
Well, have you know I have never made a spare? So what are you insinuating?
Nothing. Guess I should have known better to suggest that someone like you would.
Hold it!
Is there anyone in this district who hasn't at least heard of Detective Gumshoe?
Good point. He's practically a celebrity among...
A celebrity among us prosecutors?
Really? I never knew I was so talked about, sir.
We're holding our collective breath, you know. Finding you screw up so badly, you're literally chased off the force.
Wait, what? Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth?
Of course not. That's hogwash.
Don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack there.
Hold it!
By dying message, you mean that bloody letters that spell out Gumshoe.
Figure that whoever wrote his name must have wanted to frame him. Just the act of choosing his name is proof enough that the two knew each other well. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and present some evidence.
I'd love to, but first we should listen a bit more and digest what he's saying, and press him for more information. Alright, so there was a specific line. Alright, well, let's take a look at the key. Is there anything on this? It's the master key to every office in the building. Okay. That it? Nothing? Just the key. Why was Buddy Faith in the office? I can't present the profile, though. Let me double check which one I'm supposed to present at. Oh.
Hold it! Hold it!
I mean, the gun.
Hold it!
Not sure exactly where.
Objection!
Okay, what do I present and where? Can this guy stop? Either keep it on or take it off. What's your problem? We present the safe because only prosecutors are supposed to know about it.
Objection!
Oh, there we go. Do you wish to continue insisting that Miss Bird was set on stealing something? Why not? It's the truth, after all. It's also by your logic that came to the whole thiever conclusion anyway. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe. The existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. Ugh! I mean, we're very quickly in the point where it's him, but like, you know. Quite a little hard to believe that a hidden safe is a part of her cunning plan. But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down. I highly doubt that. Say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. For only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted.
Yeah, even I didn't know about that safe, pal. That means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either.
And are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now? Curses! Why? What made you...
What's with the angry face all of a sudden?
It's all my fault. What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes. What did you just say? We're partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. Filled him in on the secret safes.
That means...
Yeah, I know. Well, I just told him, too. Obviously, it was wrong of me to tell him. Still can't quite believe it, but a thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. Now he's claimed the victim was the thief? And you're simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird? Excuse me? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession.
What? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder?
Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, probably had drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that. Not even as a security guard, sir.
Plus, even if he was a thief, he wouldn't have a key to his office.
Which is precisely why I had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who stole the master key. Ah! Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us, unless he retreated from Jim after he killed it. Oh, wait, hold on. Mr. Portsmouth, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. Has he no honor? Now then, I think we're done here. Investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? It's my office!
You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office.
But I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You're all suspects to varying degrees and therefore ineligible to run this show.
Listen, pal. How many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit.
Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself.
But, sir...
We have no choice but to accommodate his request, for now.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now, if you could remove yourself from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful.
Mark my words, Mr. Portsman, we will meet again.
That's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, and I suppose so. Don't disappoint me here.
To be continued. Alright, see you guys next stream. No. It's only been an hour 15. It's felt like longer.
There we go. Basketball! What's with that prosecutor? Can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable.
Please maintain your professionalism, detective.
Gotta find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir.
We've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir.
True. So then what now?
Looks like Michael has fallen to yet another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway.
Really, sir?
For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door.
My door.
What's this? Oh, rest I've expected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Uh-oh.
Oh.
The file says O on it. That means it's important. It's...
Is that the missing O series file, sir?
Oh, 0 series. Whoops. No doubt about it. The blade letters mark are clear as day. There seems to be a few pages missing. Our thief took only what was necessary, left the rest behind.
So what are these O0 files about, sir? Guess I got something worth stealing them, huh?
Not particularly, just a collection of court case files. However, the cases within these files are not mine.
Huh?
They belong to the High Prosecutor who used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were.
That means the thief must have also wanted the file for a specific reason, right?
Seems so. Only the pages relate to that case from 10 years ago. Uh-oh. DL6 is back. It never ends. It never ends.
Wonder why I would care such about an old case.
Holy moly. Well-crafted high-quality sofa for visitors. The stitching is excellent.
Talk about a luxury waiting area. These babies are also great for napping, you know.
You would sleep even out here, detective, in a hallway?
Never I do. Always wind up dreaming about giving testimony up on the stand. It always ends the same way. You getting trounced by a lawyer. Isn't that awful?
Maybe I should give it a try sometime. To envision myself winning, naturally. Of course. What does basketball do? Oh. Why is there basketball? Is that Winston Payne? Hold on. Looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. Let's find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly post-haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got in your hands. Here, if you're lost and need some advice, my door is always open. How gracious. I'll keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? Is everything alright?
Yes, sir. You must know I weighed myself this morning. I'm finally at 154 pounds.
Congratulations. I was asking about this hallway in this room.
Oh, everything's okay, sir.
Word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight. Is he playing out this guy's salary too? Jesus Christ, Edgeworth. What's a basketball doing here?
That's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir. But he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis.
Not a single one of these sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. And let me guess. What's a basketball hoop doing here?
Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago?
So when and why was it moved indoors?
Don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently.
Drag it?
Heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it himself.
All the way up to the 12th floor? Let me guess. This office.
1203. 1203. Hey, Maggie, whose room is this again?
It's Mr. Portsman, sir. So he's my new neighbor, I see. Supposed he moved in while I was way overseas. Okay. Talk to Maggie. I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream. Dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. Can't let this chance pass me by. Let's remember to ask her about the master key. Should jog her memory by showing my notes to her of tea. Yeah. So when did you discover the master key was missing? By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir. And I noticed it was back around 2:30 a.m. Just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those two times it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window. Always, you say? Except for this time, correct? Well, I admit that I was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I used it that I left it sitting on the ledge. Choose the master key. What for? Have you seen this badge? That's a prosecutor's badge, isn't it? Proves that you're really a prosecutor. Interesting. Despite her appearances, she seems to know more than Gumshoe. With that badge, even I could be a professional prosecutor. Sir, might I please try that on, just for a little bit? I don't think that'd be a very good idea, do you? I guess not. Second thought, they're actually on the same level. Master key was stolen. Can we present profiles? No. Just a lowly security guard, so I'm not sure what I should do with that other than guard it. It's like talking to another Gumshoe. Doggone, perhaps? Anything else to talk about? No? Alright, no evidence. What do you mean by use the master key? I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor. I've forgotten his key. Oh, that goes on. It's my job as security guard, right? Ah! What is it? That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsman, sir. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly. It's around 12 a.m. Mr. Portsman has forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir. That's when you loaned the master key to him? No way! It's against regulations to loan a master key out to anyone. Walked into Mr. Portsman's office and opened the door for him personally, sir. I see.
Then what happened after that?
Well, he called for me to come close up to his office. He was leaving to go home. That's around 1:30 a.m., I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Uh-oh.
Talk about suspicious.
I doubt you can say you've never left your keys at home, Detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. Let's do it. Nope, hold on. I keep thinking that Q is the magnifying glass. Alright. Basketball.
Mr. Portsman's personal basketball hoop.
Can't believe you put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office.
But you know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't got lost trying to get to your office since it's been here.
How long have I had the same office, and yet you still managed to get lost? Oh boy. Door's locked tight.
I bet the old credit card trick would work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
This is the office of a high prosecutor, Detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them.
Ah, so I guess only a great cat burglar can get in. That must be where our culprit is.
Might I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from? 1203. Room 1203. Take it this is Mr. Portsman's office. Yeah, you can't mistake because of that basketball hoop, sir. Well, that reminds me. Mr. Portman actually wanted room 1202 so really badly. Since you're already occupying Mr. Edgeworth, you put him next door, sir. Wait. He moved the basketball hoop next to Edgeworth's office so he could get in. Got it. So why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202? Not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday, December 2nd. But... oh, okay. For a second.
Yup, that's gotta be it.
Can't think of another reason why. Think of at least 3. I don't even wasting time thinking about this. The hinge. Minimalist, classy door made of top quality wood.
Kinda majestic, too. Fits in really well with the ambience of the prosecutor's office. Yet Mr. Portsman seemed dignified just because he works behind one of these.
Nonsense. Man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works.
Well, he doesn't seem more dignified than Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne? I suppose custodial work can also be dignified. He doesn't know who Winston Payne is. That's really funny. We haven't actually finished asking all the questions. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir.
That sounds like fun. Just once I'd love to play with them.
Sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was passing the ball, sir.
On second thought, I don't think I've fit in at all that well with them.
Maggie Bird. Tell me about yourself. Miss Maggie Bird, correct? Take it that you're an acquaintance of the detective.
She was under my supervision back when she was still in the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder and things started going downhill, so she quit.
But I owe a lot, Detective Gumshoe, for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought until a few hours ago. Before I was about to clock out for the night. Got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct? Don't worry, my whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and now I even managed to be named a criminal just so I've become a security guard. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, just when I thought I finally found my happiness. I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved with my bad luck. Don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird, or you need to worry about yourself. I'll solve this case and prove your innocence. I'll ask in returns for your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. Okay. Well, first I've expected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I'm pretty certain that you just moved the basketball thing over here. 1202. Those 4 numbers on the number plate proclaim this to be my office.
Whoops! Hey, these number plates slide right out, sir.
Oh, hold on. You have to be able to take the plate off when a room becomes vacant, you know. Although, I think it can be so easily removed, it's kind of... Don't see any signs of 4th century.
According to the guard, no signs the lock was picked either, sir.
I mean, the door really was opened with a key. You happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob.
Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wiped, they think.
Or this thief has did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. Door itself? Minimalistic, classy door made of top quality wood. Sturdily made, making near impossible to break in by force.
It's almost majestic, sir. Or it's not gonna be as stately as this door.
Only Gumshoe would praise a door something greater than himself. Being a detective has his own rewards, a certain virtuous value, I think. Live to your full potential, that's a poignant trait that anyone can admire.
I see. So you're saying, sir, that me being me is the best thing I can do for everyone?
Right.
That long pause wasn't exactly reassuring, sir.
Huh. So what now? He's an investigator. Yeah, what about you? I was wondering about the investigation.
Well, I've been waiting for this. Let a real seasoned pro teach you how it's done.
A real seasoned pro? A Vincent Little Cuisine, perhaps?
You know you can always check out the really important spots in more detail, right?
Yes.
If the area's too big, you can always use the arrow keys to take a look around. Oh, but don't worry, sir. The arrow keys can only show up if you need it.
I knew that as well.
Ed, think there's a contradiction or something unusual. Try deduction. First you line up your cursor in the special-looking area. Then press T and choose your poison. I mean evidence. You settle on a piece, you gotta present it with T again.
Sure already knew that as well, detective.
If you remember all that, then welcome to the world of pros. A WA's investigator, class dismissed.
And all I wanted was an update about the investigation. Okay, so I can, Okay, but I can't deduce here. Unlock it at 12 a.m. to 1:30. Then it went missing. 1 to 2:30 went missing. I'd say this is... Yeah. Mr. Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. What? No way, pal! I mean, sir. You said that you locked him up at Mr. Portsman's office at 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Oh, wow, nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. Totally forgotten all about that. Thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right, it was around that very time you realized the master key was missing. And? Well, I'm a security guard, sir. Couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended? Yeah, I used my house key, made it look like I was locking up, sir. So in actuality, you never did relock the door then. Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Aha. Can we go back to my office? Can I deduce here or... No, okay. Is it the fact that it's locked now? I guess it is. Might be this, yeah.
Eureka!
There we go. There's a contradiction here between reality and the evidence. What Miss Bird said is true, then why is this door locked tight?
You know, you're right.
Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I'm certain of it, sir. I don't think Miss Portsman noticed himself that I hadn't.
Which means, what, sir?
Either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. Aha!
She opened a different door, but how can you prove that?
There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is to examine these. Prints on the number plate. Prints on the number plate will tell us all we need to know. Everything? Really? Like what, sir? Like, well, for example, such as... We know for sure Detective Gumshoe's dinner would only consist of instant noodles.
Wow, that was amazing, sir. How'd you know?
Is that supposed to be a joke to cheer me up, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, that's it now. We should get back to doing what we need to do, and that is... I mean... Prints on doorknob were wiped clean, so it's gotta be the master key. Examine the fingerprints of the master key.
Well, if that's what you want to examine, sir, that was the very first thing we did. Tell that we didn't find any prints other than Maggie's.
Okay, so I guess it is the doorknob, even though it said it was... Oh, it was Edgeworth's door that was wiped clean. Means the culprit wiped their prints off. Okay. Okay, wrong door. We're deducing Portsman's door. It's Portsman's door. Prints on the doorknob will tell us everything.
Hey, you! Yeah, you pal, do us a favor and see if you can lift this, okay? So, what'd you find out?
There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, detective. Sir, found only Mr. Portsman and Mr. Face prints on this doorknob. Oh, so Maggie didn't touch a dang thing. So only 2 people's prints are found on this, huh? It's pretty decisive.
I'm lost, sir.
Thinking logically, a certain other person's prints should be on this knob as well. Whose print should also be on this doorknob? I'll be Maggie Bird. But you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent.
You mean...
Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Aha! What have we here? Aha! Well, 2 things, first of all. What is this?
Looks like a scrap of paper. Okay, sir. Let's see. Oh, something written on it.
About 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone. Looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later, buddy. And not Jim. Mr. Portsman.
Yeah, Mr. Portsman.
Let's take a look at that again real quick. 3 pieces of evidence by, like we talked about on the phone. Looks like you're out. So he went into Edward's office after that, I guess. What's this?
What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game?
That's okay, detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off.
Hey, you're right, sir. Guess it chipped it when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk.
Positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. Better take note of this. I told you you moved it to Edgeworth's office. So Maggie would unlock Edgeworth's office instead. Poking around this hallway's actually paid off quite handsomely.
How so, sir?
In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat with the real culprit of this case. You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman. What? Mr. Portsman?
I knew it! That's exactly what my logic sense was telling me, too! Expect it's him from the yesterday accused Maggie being the killer, sir!
That's anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourself. Come what may, it's time to knock on truth's door.
Oh, that's your door, sir. Mr. Truth is a few offices down.
Mr. Portsman, I finished processing the bloody letter, sir. Alright, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here.
Oh. Okay, looking good. You there, take good care of this. Whoa! Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. End of the line for you, Portsman. We got you now.
Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is some kind of joke? It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jacques Portsman, that you are the guilty party in this case.
You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay, if you promise to stay out of our way.
Pretend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job. See right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl.
Ha! Who'd have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor is Manfred von Karma, right? The legendary prosecutor never lost a single case for 40 long years. There was always this incessant chat about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaching me I gotta stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know.
They're done trying to play mind games with me because they won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for now is explaining yourself. Well, that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up.
Well, aren't we full of ourselves? You know, they've yet to prove anything. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here.
Sorry, but we are not finished yet.
Boy, you're stubborn. Suppose you're basing your accusation on something?
I'll show you what I'm basing my accusation on, with evidence. Let's press a tiny bit first.
Hold it!
My accusation is a harebrained idea, is it?
You tell me. I'd say it is. After all, there's a mountain of evidence that points away from you being the culprit.
How, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Probably this.
Objection!
But not yet, it looks like. Must object to your line of logic.
Which part do you have objection to?
It's, yes, well...
Stay cool, Mr. Edgeworth. You're no good when you're all flustered.
Detective's right for a change. How did it come to this? Okay. Maybe gotta press fully first.
Hold it!
Oh, and what, pray tell, kind of evidence are we talking about here?
Jim is my partner, so you can't say I had a motive for killing him.
And that's it? It's not even an anthill, let alone a mountain.
But it's more than enough, wouldn't you agree?
Might I recommend that you review what the word evidence means?
Doesn't change the fact that the evidence doesn't point to me as the killer.
Hold it!
Unfortunately, I believe I've already shown how earlier.
Your speculations mean nothing, as I still insist I could not gain access to your room.
Do I just present the key?
Raise an objection.
Claimed I've had no way to open my door. However, is that really the honest truth?
Okay, I did need to press it. Alright, I'll humor you. Go ahead, shoot.
Very well then. I propose that you use this to open my door. Not the office, the master key, I guess. Believe you're able to open my door with the master key, no less.
Objection!
Wait, hold on for a second. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know.
Precisely. You're able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did. But only to direct. That's right. Used your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key.
Take that!
Had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes?
Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know.
But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it?
What? You have quite the imagination. Why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we?
I'm certain that it was Mr. Portsman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir.
See, Miss Bird backs up my story.
Yet what if you had misled her to fool herself into thinking what you wanted? To fool her into thinking what you wanted.
Ha! How you suppose I did that?
By switching the number plates on our doors, for example. That's right. They do slide up pretty easily. Furthermore, they then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. The door she was opening was yours, and not, in fact, mine. What was it that Mr. Portman used to make Miss Bird think it was his room? Basketball.
Take that!
What? The basketball hoop, sir? It's quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. It's why I left an unusually strong impression on you. This object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a particular prosecutor. Wah! That's very true, sir, because there's a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door was opening had to be Mr. Portsman's. Besides, the hoop has been moved. They set it in front of my office, to be sure. I see, so that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. How so? Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl at my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. Okay, I gotta press everything before I throw evidence. Okay. It's been a while since I played Ace Attorney. Tends to claim his innocence to the end, does he?
I'm as pure as this as my jacket. Miss Bird's as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears.
My jacket's not dirty, how have you know? I just washed it yesterday. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. Ew, slime.
Hold it!
Nonsense, you say? Yeah, because I'm telling the truth here.
Hold it!
Using the master key, of course. Sure, you have a problem with that? That is what the master key is for, right? Perhaps we should place it in an elaborate labyrinth of some sort for people like you.
Hold it!
And what were you doing in your office?
I was doing my usual training regimen.
Training regimen? Were you going through your law books from start to finish?
Mainly batting practice and weights. How do I jog when I get the chance? Wow, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have.
With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem.
I was doing my usual workouts, so...
Don't have a single reason to suspect me. Oh, yeah? I think I've given you quite a few reasons, actually.
But none of those stand up on their own.
And what about all the evidence?
Oh my god. It's all circumstantial. No judge will convict on such flimsy evidence.
You need to be trembling a little. One more little push. All I have to do is find the flaw in his testimony. Open your door, huh?
Objection!
I had your door dusted for prints.
My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You're sure good at wasting time.
You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints.
Her prints? What do they have to do with anything?
Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched.
Ah!
Further, all the prints on my office door's knob had been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it.
Objection!
It doesn't change the fact that I was in my room the entire time. Is that really a fact, or was it fiction?
Hey, would I lie to you?
I have here proof that you were not in your room the entire time, as you claim. Because of this dang note.
Take that!
This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman.
No.
It's left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, "But you're out." You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then, where were you? What were you doing? Ah! Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he had heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office.
And just what's so funny, pal?
Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor makes a huge mistake in accusing me of simply too much to bear. Just nothing else like it in the world. What? Mr. Evans just explained it all, even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already.
And as I said earlier, it's so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I'd wiped that knob down well.
Huh?
A little obsessive compulsive, you see. Didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched. Which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense only Jim's and my own prints would be on there. You made that up just now, didn't you?
Furthermore, it's for the note Jim left for me. You know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example. Are you saying he failed to notice a note in your doorway?
Hey, even Jesus failed at times.
Probably too preoccupied by work-related matters,
Although that's no excuse.
Now, that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way he didn't notice a note that size.
But you can't prove that, can you?
Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir.
Portsman makes a good point. Can't prove it, didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi.
Airtight, you say?
I only just realized that one as we were talking. Guess it would have been better for all of us if I just told you sooner.
Really?
Memory serves, he came back to his office around 2 a.m., correct? It was then they had an unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. At exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around. Sure, the air detectives will corroborate my story. The perfect alibi. Alright, let's ask him.
Do you really think it's that perfect?
Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself.
Detective Gumshoe?
Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. Just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him around 2 a.m.
You see, all the evidence points to him being the culprit. There must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. Let me check, one thing real quick.
Hold it!
Press him. You're correct, it's around 2 a.m.
You sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on at the time.
I remember checking my watch then, make no mistake, it was 2.
Oh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you're getting back to your office at 2.
Hold it!
It's as you say, however.
Yes, however, you're the only one who claims I bumped into the culprit. So tell me, you see the person's face?
Was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Objection!
Oh, come on now. Sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you?
Beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here.
Oh well, doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit.
Back at that time, criminal affairs.
Hold it!
So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit.
Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct.
Hold it!
Well, he did go and ask around to confirm your testimony.
It was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. A number of detectives said they saw you around that time.
See? I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Impossible. Actually does have the perfect alibi.
What's wrong? Why a sudden sullen look on your face? Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we've reached the end of the line. It's time to get off this crazy train. You there!
Sir.
Please escort the young lady out. But remember, be gentle.
Maggie!
Detective Gumshoe!
Game over.
Is there nothing I can do? Must be a way to turn the situation around. If only I had a clue. Did I miss something that could help me cast doubt on his alibi? Need to calmly think this through one more time. And with logic! Oh, yeah. Another gun. There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life, and one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once. Meaning it's entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. Seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person. Which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Man, I wonder what it could be. We only have 2 things left. Also, yeah, the files are rearranged twice. Supposing there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were upended twice. You know, the shelves were disturbed once before and once after the murder. So it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that was the work of 2 different people. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it. And once again after the murder by a second culprit, who was the owner of the second gun. We suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back.
Objection!
Mr. Portsman, seems I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great, so you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth!
Sir, what are you saying?
This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I assumed that the person I ran into was the killer. That may not be the case.
What do you mean?
The person I ran into was just your average thief.
A thief? But sir,
doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction? The facts? Not at all. So it means the killer was someone else. It means that in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight.
What do you mean 2?
Explains both of my shelves disturbed twice, and how there are 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office.
Objection!
Now you're just leading the argument. You still have the actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman has had to steal something from me. Which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. That is the first time.
So then this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right?
Correct. And then just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith?
Why did Mr. Faith come to your room, sir?
Probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. That's when he knows sounds coming to my office would be my guess. Oh, because you're supposed to be away, right?
And he must have thought it was odd, so he came to this office to check it out.
Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because with Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as let him leave alive. Waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. Ooh, he's sweating. He's biting his metal. Which would break first, his teeth or the metal? Do you think? This is the moment in which the first shot was fired, one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left the fake dying message behind.
You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that?
Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there's yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another
visitor, sir?
Yes, and this other person's objective was to steal something from me. Now, that even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, so they stole the master key from the security guard's room. Then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed. It seems the thief found their prize.
The stolen zero file, right, sir?
Correct. Only just the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun, made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter.
So the shelves getting messed up twice with the 2 bullets. It was all because 2 different people were doing those things at 2 different times.
Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief, and was not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time for which I ran to the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
Uh-oh.
A lawn is being mowed. Oh well. Just deal with the sound. Can't really do much about it.
What's so funny, pal?
Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything.
Of course it does, and Mr. Edgeworth, after all.
But you know, it still doesn't change things. Doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial.
Supposing if, and that's a big if,
Your theory is right.
you indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant.
There's still one defining point of your argument, for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir.
But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir.
I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie, I'll do something if I must.
You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. The person you met really was just a plain old thief. Why is that person not your main suspect? As if your theory is correct. The thief you ran into should be a real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. He might still be nearby. Hate to repeat myself, as I've already said, I was training in my room. When Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down in criminal affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. Well, if he was the first visitor, then he's the one that killed him. What? So you think you should be out there looking for the thief?
Of course. Now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions.
I don't think it's at all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I have to find a way to prove it.
Hold it!
Actually, no, I wouldn't. Why not? That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Faith's killer very clearly left those letters on the spines of those files. It was after they were on there that the thief stole one of them.
You mean the zero files, right?
And that's how we also know the letters themselves were set up, and not from Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves? Maybe the killer just didn't think of that either. Yes, that must be it. Maybe...
Hold it!
Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh? You talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything. After all. No thoughts, head empty.
Hold it!
But according to Mr. Faith's note... Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say just before he's murdered... Don't have any, no. You see? So I insist again, I was in my office the entire time. When Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down in criminal affairs.
Hold it!
Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? That's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. You know those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. One of his habits. Right next to where the zero file was found, huh? Of the evidence he brought. There were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. Interesting. Piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks. A gun, huh?
Hold it!
A gun and a pendant. Yes, the gun, which is the murder weapon, and this pendant, which belonged to the victim. And why we... The pendant has a horse on it. Interesting. Why are you taking the criminal affairs? There's something in a past case file I want to compare these two to. But all this has nothing to do with this case right now. Yeah, I believe you'll find the long paper trail left to be your satisfaction. So I'm matching up what Detective Gumshoe found out.
Hold it!
Can't expect you to know, can I? No, but I guess you expect me to take a guess based on logical deductions. Oh, let's see you deduce. Jim waited for me to leave, then stole the master key. The person sneaked in your room, of course. And that's when Miss Bird caught him red-handed, and the murder occurred. It's all exactly as I laid out earlier. I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I have to find a way to prove it. What can we prove here? Let's read this note again. 3 pieces of evidence. 3 pieces of evidence, you say. 3 pieces of evidence, you say. Only 2 pieces. I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail.
Epic fail.
Excuse me? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portman. Do you intend to keep evidence hidden from me? What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think you should read. Carefully. Ah, it says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portman. I can't believe... Get tripped up by simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? It's... You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe!
You have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe.
Don't come any closer! I'm warning you!
This is all part of the investigation, pal. So don't even think about stopping me.
No! Why bow?
Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir.
Oh. Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide.
Why would he hide something like that?
There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. KG8. Oh, well. I mean... Yeah?
That's blood, isn't it?
Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh.
Wait, this might be Detective Faith's blood.
No! You've got it all wrong! No amount of denial can save you. You have but to run a blood test to find the truth. Yeah. You told us you'd received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you'll tell us when and how the victim's blood finds its way into this video. Yeah, it's totally suspicious! At the moment of his death? Detective Faith had this videotape on his personage when you killed him? You know very well there's no way to prove that. Not even to examine this tape for fingerprints. Yeah. If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith. No, impossible. Oh, I guess that answers my question. The metal bro first. All's well that ends well.
Mr. Portsmouth been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir.
Very good.
The results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. Blood came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. I suppose they're also able to lift a few Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. Still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm just sorry I got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies. Oh, it was nothing, really, compared to what I've been through, I mean. Consider myself lucky I was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If it had been a hold-up or a hostage situation, I'd throw my hands up in the air. I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune, just an unlucky person. Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail. You think?
You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsmouth really was one corrupt prosecutor.
Why would you say he was corrupt?
Well, I heard there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. It's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir.
Forged evidence, huh?
They even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons.
Ooh, that guy's a complete disgrace to the entire profession. I never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office.
Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up.
Although we can be pretty certain it was to steal something.
This is just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is behind the scenes.
Oh? Well, well. Mr. Portsmouth not willing to divulge anything certainly leads credence to that rumor. Seems we haven't heard the last of this.
Mr. Portsmouth isn't the bad guy.
I didn't say that. Rather, there's still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance of this piece of evidence.
Take that!
The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night.
Yeah, I wonder who it was.
What happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint? It was Lex Luthor based on the haircut. Or lack thereof.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Yes?
Came across as I was processing your office earlier, sir.
This card. The Phantom Thieves!
What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there?
It's not just any bird. It's the mark of the raven. A three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective.
Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief everyone's talking about.
Yes, it's the mark of the great thief Yatagarasu. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end. A modern Robin Hood. That is an interesting haircut you have there. Fabled, mysterious, and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. We don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. That was always performed in silence, and always with perfection. Once the target is chosen, no dramatic calling card announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with the single card. Although it's been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! Look, something's written on the back.
What? Let me see.
It's the location where the thief put the stolen files.
The person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. Organization. Quite a few key words are popping up this mystery. The Phantom Thieves are at it. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming. For they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. Crazy. So I guess we'll see that case that Portsmouth was on, huh? Achievement! Doing Gumshoe's voice is doing a number on my throat. But what are you gonna do? Talk about airlines. Oh no. Oh no. Is that who I think it is? Oh boy. Is that Franziska? Perhaps. The murder that occurred in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. Oh, we're dead now. Game over. Nope, never mind. It was just wine. Go you! Yes, everything began high up in the air, 9,000 feet in the air to be precise. Thank you for flying Go You Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We ask Hugo Hughes, asking all passengers to please return to their... Wine. Not blood this time. Oh, there we are. We're just A-posing on the floor. Ugh. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? "6:13, huh? Because I was cold for about 10 minutes. Slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. Oh no! What's this? A travel wallet? But it's not mine. How'd someone else's travel wallet end into my pocket? My head. I'll have this headache go away. Take care of this travel wallet later. Hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator. What am I doing hesitating like this? I know full well I hesitate. Yeah, earthquake, elevator, When I was still but a young child. I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. Need to behave like one. Yeah-oh. What the world happened? Is there something wrong, sir? Must ask that you please return to your seat. Eek! He's dead! Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Something happened? You murderer! No, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, look at all these dudes. Oh, look at us in the bottom right, though. Everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I'm one of your flight attendants today, Rhonda Tenero. Unfortunately, we've just had a minor accident on this flight. An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse of his murder. What? Murder? Oh my god, look at all the drinks that one guy has. Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. The flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We're still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. Until we have this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated. But someone's killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off! Please, there's no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I'm a prosecutor, and I assure you I'm not the killer. Being a prosecutor is making him capable of murder, buddy. Now you listen here, I'm not the killer, so we found the body. So you say, however. I'm sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my own as a professional flight attendant. Oh, is that right? I know what I saw. There's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up. What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about? Ready to lure the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you'll remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation. Your situation? I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. Look at that giant law book, too, the comically large one. Not about to just sit idly while I get accused of murder. Miss Tenero, is it? Yes? I was wondering if you might give me a chance. A chance to do what? A chance to plead my case. A chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous? You have a point. Very well, I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also don't have time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Of course, as you wish. Good. Very well then, let's get started. I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. I don't know what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred. Time to investigate. I swear to tell the whole truth of the professional flight attendant. Unfortunate for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm certain that you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with flesh blood dripping off the murder weapon. So if you please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. It's wine, but that's it? That's her evidence? I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really. It's hardly perfect, there's a gaping hole in it. Alright. Well, first off, do we have any evidence? Can we look at it? No. Oh, this will be important. License to love, laugh, maim, and something. Okay, so this itinerary is going to be important somehow. Have you seen my badge? Can't even look at this. KK Slider, no!
Hold it!
Tell me, what exactly puts the pro of professional flight attendant for you? Well, it means we're very professional about how we take care of our passengers. Services like fetching papers or responding to calls are done with speed and accuracy. I can assure you that I give testimonies with the same level of professionalism. But I'm sure you've already realized that by now, right? It's hard to appreciate professionalism when I'm the one under suspicion. And there you have it. My professional testimony is accurate and reliable. Yeah? You sure?
Hold it!
You certainly seem sure of yourself. Of course. Professional flight attendant can't afford to make mistakes after all. Perhaps, but you must admit there are few who can look at a murder with a clear mind. We attendants all go through extensive training and always calm and collected. We'll even calmly serve you coffee if you so wish, as the plane makes a splashdown. Fail to see how that would be the calm and rational thing to do in an emergency. No, don't worry about escaping the plane while it sinks. Have some coffee! Even until the bitter end, we are there to serve the passengers. That is the duty of all professional flight attendants. Certainly are confident. And we shall return to your testimony.
Hold it!
Yes? What did you see in front of the elevator? That's what I was just about to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth. Framed by the elevator doors and bathed in light coming from within.
Hold it!
The murder weapon dripping with blood? Really now? I swear that was a grisly scene I saw before me. Thank goodness it wasn't a passenger who saw, or there'd be widespread panic by now. As I recall, you were quite panicked yourself at the time. Excuse me? You were scared enough to misread this situation, accuse me of murder. Nonsense. Professional flight attendants cannot afford to be that flustered. Once the murder scene, I'm now listening to your defense, all with a smile. Apparently you also lie with a smile on your face.
Hold it!
I'm not the culprit, and yet you would keep these restraints on me? Mr. Edgeworth, please try to understand what kind of situation you're in right now. What exactly is my situation? I have the backing of the captain to keep you bound this way. We are within our legal right to restrain anyone who might threaten our captain mid-flight. In essence, you're in the same situation as someone else who's been arrested by the police. So I am to stay restrained until I can clear up all of her doubts. At least I'm close. Mistake shines like a silver lining on a dark rain cloud. I'm going to capture some of that light with evidence. Alright, let's take a look here. Let's take a look at the body. There's a statue of blood on it. Is it also a clock? Is the statue a clock? I'm gonna be so mad if that statue's a clock.
Objection!
What? What do you mean it's not? Is it the wallet? I guess it's the wallet. Never mind. Whatever, game. Guess it's the wallet.
Objection!
Can't kill someone with a wallet. Miss Tenero. What is with the yelling all of a sudden? Force of habit. Doesn't matter. Miss Tenero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood. Is that correct? Yes, all that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. What? I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But looks a little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero. What? Impossible! Now that you still think I'm the killer, did I kill him with a travel wallet? But I saw blood dripping with the wallet. I know I did. As you can see, this wallet's clearly stained. If you'd be so kind as to take a whiff. We could agree it's only grape juice. Then, that's right. You mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not in fact exist. No! Yeah, I should clear up that pesky accusation. Hold it. Wait just a sec. That is... I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it's wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside. Please. She's trembling, and the tacked on please at the end. Sounds like I've got her. There's no need to look inside. Even you could tell from its appearance that it's light. No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself. She's a persistent one. Suppose you have no choice but to see what's inside. Miss Tenero, if you'd be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me. Alright, usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. Let me guess, it's gonna say Miles Edgeworth did it. KK Slider. See, this passport's all that's in here. Republic of Borginia. Glory to our Stotska. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree? Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it now? I was wondering whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is... just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks. Makes it the victim's property. Okay. So you're gonna say that makes me the murderer? You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon. It seems I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. Oh god. There's nothing in the wallet, for starters, besides the passport. It's okay, this murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you're done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive is very simple. You're out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you? There's no money in the dang wallet. What are you talking about? So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see. You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you foul play? Let's take a look at the wallet, and again see it. There's no dang money in it. Well, let's take a look at this first. There's but a passport inside. Let's just get right to the point. If we lose points, we lose points. But, like, this is the obvious thing.
Objection!
I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Tenero. What is it now? Miss Tenero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony. What are you talking about? Simply put, you saw with your own eyes. The only thing inside Mr. Hicks' wallet was his passport. Ah, if I really was after his money, then why would I steal a penniless travel wallet? Yeah, but that's right, Mr. Edgeworth, you didn't know it was empty when you stole it. You would like to think that, but that's not possible. What do you mean it's not possible? There's no way the killer didn't know the wallet was empty to begin with. And what makes you so sure? I'm kind of sure the killer knew the wallet to be empty from the get-go. I mean, all of this?
Take that!
You'd recall the crime scene. I admit the wallet was probably not empty at the time of the murder. It's pretty evident by the bills and cards strewn about the inside of the elevator. Oh no! I think you've come to realize the problem with your logic. I would surmise the victim's wallet fell out during this struggle, and that's when its contents emptied onto the floor of the elevator. Doubt the killer could have missed such an occurrence. But then you're saying, yes, according to your supposition, if I were the killer, I'd have been going after a wallet I knew to be empty. Since I clearly was not attempting to gather the scattered money, renders your argument for that theft completely invalid. Forgive me, please. Wait, did everyone actually hear that the entire time? It's kind of funny. Who's that man on the right? You say the intent's wrong? Is that guy isn't the killer? I don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick. Ugh. Will you all please be quiet? Miss Tenero. Yes? You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus the lounge was dark and looking into the light from the elevator. Easy to see how you mistook the wallet on my hand for the murder weapon. Take no offense that you thought I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for releasing me. What'd you call me? There are two guys in that doing a Hadouken. Was it now? Miss Tenero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. It sounds like Virginian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who... I said that he's giving the runabout! Don't require an interpreter, I speak English just well, see? You, the attendant! Yes, sir. Well, this person will be under arrest until we arrive at the airport. I'm sorry, sir. What exactly are you hoping for? What is it you want? I'm finished talking to the likes of you. Please, I'd like to hear why you would like me to be under arrest until we land. You! How dare you try to waste my time? You're the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. Wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent! Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English. I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. Sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I'm Zinc LeBlanc II. I'm a very wealthy man in the Virginia. Not an ordinary rich man. I'm an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty. Mrs. LeBlanc, what do you mean just now? Pardon? We said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout. I have to explain? Unbelievable. I'll say it once and only once. Not even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say. I mean, the plane's gonna land at the same time regardless. And yes, and it continued to blather on.
I saw it, yes I did. Saw the victim go onto the elevator, going down to the lounge. Exactly at 6 o'clock.
And what's the significance of that time? At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6? Ah, what's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body?
Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I'd say around 6:15.
Ah, Hicks was his name, was it? I said that man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. The only person in the lounge at that time was this prosecutor, yes?
Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time.
Me too. I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice.
I was still eating. Still unfinished, see?
The other patches have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. No complaint, I see. Not a single word against this, right?
I have no way of discounting what you've put forth at this point, but it wasn't me.
Oh, so you say. But you do have what you say, the evidence?
Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all? Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain what you saw, enough to give testimony.
Of course. I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little, small machine the whole...
It's a clock. The statue's a clock. The statue was a dang clock.
Is that what you people call it in English, yes? Making me crazy with the click, click, click.
The description sounds like some sort of small computer. I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone.
Oh.
I have to say I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. Simple cell phone. Laptop organized I can see, but that's kind of low budget.
I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a faggot and a beauty. All it produces ugly sounds. Do I know what I saw?
Mr. Nero? Yes? I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene. What? You want to examine the crime scene? If you'd grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I could produce the real culprit.
I don't like the sound of that. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English.
It's Fox guarding the hen house. I believe my innocence was proven earlier. If I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Mr. Nero, if you wait until we arrive, there's a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say.
Ha! This should not be approved!
Please, Mr. LeBlanc, in emergency, all decisions are being made by the captain alone. Please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back. I can drink water now.
You're not planning to erase evidence when you're doing your investigation, yes?
Of course not.
Ha! We will see.
Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene.
What? Unbelievable!
I'm in your debt, Mr. Nero. However, there's one condition. I'm to supervise you. Can you agree to that? Of course. I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural as I'm still a suspect in this case.
Grr.
Take full responsibility and we'll watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. Hope this is reassurance enough that there'll be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? Should you need my help with anything, please feel free to use tea to talk. It's time to head to the scene of the crime, the first floor lounge. But, can we take a look at these things, though? So Mr. Hicks's seat. I've seen the machine Mr. LeBlanc was talking about. Perhaps it's in the elevator. Maybe. Should probably head down to the crime scene now. Okay, fine, we'll go now. Come back here later. Ma'am is sleepy. No, the elevator's not in service. Stairs, okay. Like silly people. Here we are. Let's go. Want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Tenero. It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything's perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota. I see. I'll bear that in mind. Received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that we reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you're not making progress. When we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time. So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? To find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time is up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. That very first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat. We did a thorough search of the plane. That's for business and economy class. No one can move between those two classes in the first class without a staff key card. We found no record of a key card being used at all. This means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. And I at least know that much for sure. One other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Alright. Let's take a look at that statue. That is hopefully not a clock. Let's get started. Where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself. It should make me the prime suspect. I did not kill Mr. Hicks. It means that the killer was still around somewhere. If I don't believe what you say is true, then yes. First order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. Alright. What floor is this elevator service? Only the first and second, although it could also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew key card. So only floors accessible to passengers are the first and second, huh? Won't rest till I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What is this? Is this a clock? What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here? Well, that's a piggy... Oh, it's okay. It's a piggy bank. It's not a clock. It's not a clock. False alarm. It's not a clock. Good. Whew. That's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Ugo. Just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell in our flight and shop. This bank's limited edition is so popular we're down to our last one. You have an in-flight shop? Yeah, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter of the store is closed at the moment. It was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered. There's blood on here. Has it been the murder weapon? Can we examine the statue itself? No, it's not evidence yet. What are these cards? Money strewn about over the floor of the elevator. I guess it was all in Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point. There's him blood. Doubt anyone was expected to find a dead body on an elevator this flight. So Mr. Hicks, he's really dead? Yes. He's trembling, although I can't falter for that when there's a corpse right there. Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes! Ma'am? I don't think that's how that works. I think you gotta turn it flip ways. I think she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. We've really flipped to turn ways now. There's blood in the back of Mr. Hicks's head. Could this be the cause of death? Because it's been struck very hard. And the glasses are broken. Can we see what the heck is on here? I know what's hanging off this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. I could just put my finger on it. I mean, the thing that was on the lanyard? Probably. Well. I mean, this is probably it. Yeah. A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who's beaten to death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes? What is it? The way the blood is on this looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving the master of the obvious title? Edgeworth, come on. You could be a little less mean. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Anything that's worth investigating? It would appear this figurine is our murder weapon. Oh, I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection. Have some master of the obvious would be more befitting. You already said that. Hold on. Oh, Master of the Oblivious. Okay. I was like, did they reuse the line? They did, but they changed it. Okay, now it's evidence that we can hopefully look at and examine. Examine. Some blood on one of the corners. Does piggy bank be the murder weapon? Suppose it's where you insert your coins. I have to say for a piggy bank it's made rather well. So, in fact, I'm not sure there's a way to take your money out. Yeah, I mean, you beat someone over the head with it and it didn't break. It says Go You Airlines. I've seen it occur a lot recently. It's been bothering me greatly. But why do some brands think it's acceptable to simply smash two words together and call it a day? Yeah, YouTube, Justin TV. Unbelievable. I think we've got everything here. Check the dang wine. Some spilled... Oh, sorry, grape juice. Spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Assume it was spilled during the turbulence. Oh, you must clean it up or someone might get hurt. Aha! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Found some very important evidence. Oh, hey. Edgeworth saw them. The feety prints.
Take that!
What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree they're a set of footprints. So you think? Yes, these belong to our killer. Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe size of everyone in first class. I don't think it'll be of any help to us. I mean, it might. It might. The prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match. Edgeworth, it wouldn't hurt. It could help, like if someone's wearing very distinctive shoes. Come on. Picture that a bronze statue knows not when good drink has been spilt at its feet. This statue our founder, Mr. Hugo Hughes, who was a big fan of grape juice. Sure, he'd be thrilled if he knew so much grape juice was here at his feet. An end of hero worshipping, I detect. Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence. It's been out since I've seen this big of a mess. It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. I frantically started searching for gas valves to shut off. Guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. I don't blame you, buddy. Piano! Grand piano is the pride of this plane. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert to its CD drive. Oh, interesting. That's not a piano, it's more like an overgrown music box. Ah, but its keys to press on with the music as though there really is someone playing it. Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. What or who is this? This is a bronze statue of the founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. One on the left is when he was in his 40s, one on the other is him in his 80s. They look the same, though. Did the man age at all over those 4 decades? Maybe you need to squint more. Counter windows offer a glimpse at the sky, but these clouds tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're talking to the clouds. Is that so? And tell me what you suppose I said to them. I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation. The clouds, they tell me nothing. Brochures. There are a few copies of Sky Magazine in the magazine rack. Some on specials an English trivia quiz. It's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know particle from a participle. No, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. I've never heard of such a silly word as participle. Case in point. Bottom of the glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area. Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that does not clear up any suspicions I have about you. I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. What's in here? This door leads to the flight attendant's room. Now please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel. Just giving off the scent of women's perfume. I want to think that perfume would smell great. How to me, it simply smells. Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door. Let's return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. Toppled over a chair. Another victim of the turbulence. Ah, no! Look at all that grape juice staying in the back! You know, look it, but this chair was extremely valuable. It was? Yes, it was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals' leader sat in this very chair. I'm sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals? Can't believe you've never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. Yeah, the Palace Parties became more popular, especially among teens. Ah, that explains it. That's really one for the music of today. Maybe we should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. Second thought, I can already see how confused the conversation would get. Can we get in here now? The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters, but you don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed. There'll still be clues to be found here in this lounge. Let's remain ever vigilant. This again? Guess we missed something. Wait, I see. I did miss something. There's something sticking out of his pocket. Won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. Aha! Looks like he was taken to the building. Oh, his cell phone's gone! His cell phone is gone. Can I... Can't do that. Deduce. Spot something not connecting to the evidence I hold? Correct. His lanyard's gone. Mr. Hicks's machine... His cell phone's gone. Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found. His machine? His cell phone, Miss Tenero. So I guess it's not here. I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Do we know his phone number? Can we call it? This is going to be on LeBlanc's person. Let me call it. Q. No? There's more evidence here, I guess. Else? His shoes! No grape juice residue in the soles of his shoes. Make it highly unlikely Mr. Hicks entered this elevator for the turbulence. Is that all the clues? Yes, it is. Oh, we're stuck in here now. Okay, do I have to... You need assistance? Yes. Have you seen my badge? If you show that to me, I still cannot allow you free reign. I'm sorry, I must admit that I still have my doubts about you. You have to prove an innocent, I see. Okay, I still have to prove her innocence, then. Can I... Guess I have to deduce something, but I don't exactly know how they connect. Nope, wrong one. Uh-huh. I get, like, the footprints don't count as anything, apparently. I guess these two. Grape juice is here. Okay, I didn't think it was. Whoops. Nope. Was the killer in the elevator, I'm guessing, or something, or... Okay, it was that. Alright. Alright. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. If the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. Oh, here's where the grape juice comes in handy. Okay, there we go. Leading from the elevator. There we go. I have it! I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. Prove that someone other than myself was here at the time of the murder. What? Really? Yes, it's rather simple, actually. Proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. The footsteps here confess to me this very fact, that someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? But if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless. Which means Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. Okay, now this is evidence. Okay, that kind of confused me. That was in one, but not the other. Okay. What's going on over there? LeBlanc!
Unforgivable! This is unforgivable! You understand what I'm saying? The movie is late! Same level of bad as the plane arrived late.
But the movie...
What? I'm not talking to you anymore. You're just wasting my time.
What's the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? Is there no emergency? Please return to your seat, sir.
Do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, to prove you're innocent yet?
If you would like, I'll prove my innocence to you right now.
What? Nonsense! Saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken?
Not mistaken, merely there's room for doubt. I'm most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more.
Fine, suit yourself.
Oh, he's gonna shoot me, he's got a gun! Get down!
I'm certain it's not Mr. Hicks entered that elevator. So when the needles on my pocket watch pointed at 6 and the 12. I was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes? Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal.
Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. For all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me.
So, my witness testimony. Think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry, do I look like a man who is having the time to wait for you?
Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow, and fast.
He is angry.
Hold it!
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time?
Of course, I saw what was inside.
You're sure the victim was in the elevator alone?
Yes, the only person inside that was that Mr. Hicks man.
This last outburst is a bit too important to let go.
Hold it!
Let's press that. Was he really alone?
Of course, but even 1 cent.
That's not a lot. A cheap ante for a cheap testimony. If that's how you want to play it, I'll happily take your 1 cent. The 6 and the 12. Yep.
Hold it!
I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking, is that correct?
Oh, you noticed? Very expensive antique, I'll have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand.
It does look very well designed and quite classy.
I have to charge you if you want to touch it.
That's quite alright. Let's continue with your testimony.
What a cheap man you are. I've turned to the time you wasted back to me. We must, I saw Mr. Hicks on the elevator at 6 o'clock.
Uh-huh. Let's take a look at these again. Guess the footprints. Footprints and something being dragged. I guess it's this. Mr. LeBlanc.
What is it?
There's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and will you admit you also spill for the blood?
No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints.
Footprints?
Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive.
Oomph.
There must have been another person in the elevator, Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? Can you please translate for us? No way. That's totally impossible, I guess is what he said.
No way! That's totally impossible! No, there's no other person in there, so that's my own eyes.
Want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. Suppose she's right. Don't seem to be lying. But then what does it mean? About this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more, recall the details of what you witnessed for me. He's slipping.
I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. Happened to follow them out my eyes when he passed me. I saw clearly the elevator when he was entering. I swear there was no one else inside. No one.
Mr. LeBlanc, if you'd please calm down.
What? Dare you two have an issue with my eyewitness testimony?
No, not at all. Please forget I said anything. Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let this testimony stand as the truth. And I saw part 2.
Hold it!
Was it because of the phone? He's still upset now?
I am always upset. The only time I'm not was I have a piece of art in my hand.
Surprisingly easy to believe that about him.
It's even more upset Mr. Hicks walked by me. So always checking the time over and over again.
Hold it!
Why are you so attentive to the time?
Because something unforgivable was happening.
Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier.
You only complained to the attendant about the movie starting time. Turn back to me my time and money. You understand the point?
Movie? He's talking about the in-flight once mentioned in the magazine. Send me the plot and its start time. Interesting. It is time for the movie.
I suppose so. License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. Not see that movie in my country. Can only see it on international flights. Look forward greatly to that movie. Check my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. Set my pocket watch at destination time when I came on board. So my watch is not wrong. It matched the schedule. But the movie is still late. Yes, very, very late.
Hold it!
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it, if that's all right.
Hold it!
We need to get more water. Your voices are hurting, but I gotta commit to them. So this movie you mentioned, is it the one listed in the Sky magazine?
Yes! I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
Mr. Nero, was this movie shown on this flight? Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time. Isn't it possible you simply slipped through it by accident?
Nonsense! You doubt me?
Yeah, no, stop pointing at me like that. He's got a loaded gun on him. Odd. How did he miss the movie he's clearly hoping to see?
Take my pocket watch a great number of times. How much I know for sure.
His destination's time. To our departure time zone.
Objection!
Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony.
I even set my pocket watch's destination time when I come aboard.
Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, would it mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination?
Yes, and the correct time is worth it 6 cents.
I'd like you to take a look at this. If you believe the Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance to the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also clear with that in mind. Mr. Nero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? Well, he made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Zhangfa. We didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now we're still running on Borginian time.
What?
The time difference between Virginia and our destination is 9 hours. It's only natural your watch would be out of sync with the schedule.
What?
Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, would appear to be running 3 hours faster compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony, and you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. Now, this information means you saw mistakes 3 hours prior at 3 a.m.
My 1,000,000 cents!
That should clear up all the remaining accusations. So this basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. Means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. Question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time, and what was he doing? I got something to say. And you are? Yeah, oh. I'm Cammy Meal. I'm a flight attendant. What is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story's a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks standing in a seat at 5 a.m., you know. How could you be so sure of the time? Oh, that's right. He pushed his call button. We are parked at the transfer point. The start made for refueling and cargo transfer to Zhangfa, correct? Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks. And during that time, did any of the passengers leave, or did anyone who was aboard this flight? No. Not a single person got off or on in Zhangfa. What about the flight crew? A few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off. Eventually, everyone, including Carrie and myself, came back on the plane. So basically, I assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. Should keep that in mind. Okay. Yeah, now you answered his call. I tell you, Mr. Ackby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. Alright, that puts the time of murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m. Okay, now what time did you come down the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? I remember coming down here as soon as we left the Republic of Zhangfa.
Ah! You were here the whole time from 5, yes? You're the only one who could be the killer!
Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards? Fortunately, yes. But then how do we explain the footprints?
Is that not obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge, waited to kill him. They put the corpse in the elevator. That's when the turbulence happened. My witness testimony may have been mistaken. What time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter. This entire incident concluded here in this lounge.
They have in this lounge? Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc?
Well, do you have another idea?
Simply feel there's something out of place in the scenario presented. I'm sorry. I have to commit. Let's take a look. Drinks is the only thing I can think of. Would anything else be open for the drinks area? Perhaps. I guess we could try this.
Take that!
Nope. Okay. Hmm. How about my badge? He was in his seat. He left at 5. What could it be? Usually on display in the in-flight shop. Perhaps.
Take that!
Oh, there we go. This murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold in the in-flight shop. Sold there, only there. It's not displayed here in this lounge. How then did it find its way here? Did you find that a tiny bit suspicious?
Such a trivial point. It means you're prepared to take it from the shop first before coming here. Doesn't prove you're innocent at all.
There's no way to win with this man. Hold it. If I may.
What is it?
You see, well, it's just what Mr. Edgeworth says.
Oh? Why do you know this so well?
Well, just that picnic was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was this? It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.
Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence?
That's right.
You were in the shop just before the turbulence?
Yes, I was. Come to think of it, Miss Tenera, when I found the body, I believe he came out of that door. Yes, I did. It was just beyond that door. That's the flight attendant's room.
Then you're on the first floor.
Yes. Had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I entered the shop first and then the flight attendant's room. Saying it passed by me at some point? Yes, you seemed really into the issue of Sky Magazine you were reading at the time. Suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there.
Why did you go to the shop in the first place?
I went there for a work-related matter.
Work, you say?
Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities.
Why'd you not say anything about that until now is what I want to know.
In any case, I believe it's clear the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there then? Hold it.
What's it now?
Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I've already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're all right. That's weird. What is? Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said they didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. What's the meaning of this, Miss Tenero? I mean, she's lying. Oh, admit that you are. You say you had permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet here you are.
You flight attendant! What are you trying to do? Pull this sheep over us?
The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. Just like you, I do things the right way. Miss Tenero, why would you do such a thing? Please excuse me. Uh-oh. Looks like I have to be in charge now. Let's go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, you can follow me. I'll be your guide from now on. There's something about Miss Tenera that has piqued my curiosity. Right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. She's so sleepy. Oh, someone stole a thing. So this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here. Wait. Did she steal one of the things here? You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then. Hold on! You can't clean up a potential crime scene! Oh, thank goodness, I ain't cleaning so much. Mustn't rush things here. Must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because this piggy bank was after the crime scene. There's a very good chance the killer had paid this place a visit.
In-flight shop!
It's had display case a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale. You sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. Some people buy them even when nothing's going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one? The shop was one shop away from being sued. Stuffed toys, like the one Miss Meal is holding, are on display here. Relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. I'm great for when you're stressed. Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? I think that says more about you, Mr. Edgeworth, than anything else. Glass from the display case door shattered all over the floor. It looks like there's nothing on display inside either. I'd actually think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat? There are all kinds of luxury name-brand merchandise for sale in this display case. They're lined up like such a massive screen buying me to any passers-by. It's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. You know what I suggest? Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Again, how about you buy something for me then, as a present? Can't think of a single reason why I want to buy you anything. I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk. Jeez. Suitcase. What are these? Oh, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one, see how you like it. You won't regret it. Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try then buy. No way! But either way, it doesn't really matter. True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they board the plane? Anyway, see that? Just look at all the Captain Hugo heads clad on there. Your company mascot, isn't he? They're paying off a lot of care. Does he look like he's about to jump out at you? It's certainly making something jump inside my stomach. Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling your fine taste. You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was gonna finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Ah, that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay? I never showed any interest to begin with. Tee really is pretty horrible, isn't it? Tee doesn't work with the voice I'm giving her. You wanna know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Does Tenero design this? Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. It does have a very sharp design sense. Sharp? Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it, so, bleh. Miss Tenero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Ah! You okay? I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Mail. Having a suitcase fleeing around has got to be a safety violation. But, hold on. Here, I'll put it back. Yeah, there are things to block the rolling. Hold on. Can I not examine that, though? That's important. Beautiful flowers in a beautiful arrangement. Feel cleansed just by looking at them. Oh, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Q. Why isn't there a captain's hat on the captain? I guess for the piggy bank, but still. Perhaps. That probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank is forcefully removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it? Really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in the shop. Oh, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So come on, how should I know anything? Since the further inspection of the display case is needed. Oh, Resto inspect every suspicious nook and cranny. These books? Glass's door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke in order to take the piggy bank. It's a bit odd the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the glass broke rather cleanly. Ah! What is it? I touched the glass and it cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth, it hurts! Please tell me you can deal such a minor cut on your own. Are these even locked? It's curious. Okay. There's a lock on the display case. Mr. Meal, if I may ask about this lock. The one who's in charge of the shop is Miss Rhoda, so she's got the keys to all the display cases. I see. Oh, I bet you want to buy something. You want me to go get the key from her? No, that's all right. Is she even, like, has anything to do with it? I wonder. Go-U Airlines related books line this shelf. History of Go-U Airlines, the future of Go-U Airlines. The 7 wonders of Go-U. Fight on, Go-U Airlines. Working name, Yugo Airlines. You heart. Tells make it very clear they won't be making the top sellers at the same time soon. Uh-huh. So what can we deduce? Stuff from here. Like, other than just shattered it? It's the same mask as the one portrayed by the statues on the elevator? Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of Go-U Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf, you have the cute one. The middle shelf is the more realistic one. And on the top shelf, that's the floral version. Floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess, you just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like hit on the bullseye. Okay. Well... what can I deduce here? And where? Oh, let's check the suitcase, actually. Anything here? Is there anything else I can look at here? I wouldn't think there is. But then... Hadam's head was found inside a display case in the in-flight shop. What the fact is any bearing on this case? Like, other than just pointing at the case and then using this, I don't know what it would be. Like, it wouldn't be something like that. I'll try it. I guess it's connected. Okay. I was like, it can't be something that obvious, can it? I guess it is. There's definitely something very unusual about this. About what? The killer had broken the glass to get the Captain Hugo bank. There should be shards of glass inside the case itself. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that. There is not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope, no there isn't. Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over the turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet this hat was knocked off its head at that time too. Yeah, that's nice. It leads me to believe the killer took the Captain Hugo bank from here after the turbulence. There we go. Take your pound-ups in your own time, Miss Meal, and listen while I'm talking. The murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon. Does it mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake? At this point, it's a very real possibility. Then what if the killer went to take Captain Hugo, it broke the glass by accident? Display case is locked, so it's highly unlikely. Yeah, there's one person who could have. Oh, and who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of the place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda Tanira, huh? Is this anything? They are connected. Yes, there is definitely something wrong here. What's the son yelling? Tell me, Miss Meal, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Oh, sure, they totally use strange. Like color and such. That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention. You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. And these suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, look a bit uptight, don't they? Well, I guess they take after their creator. Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Mio. Don't you find it unusual these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. On close inspection, they really are quite hideous. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would react if she'd heard what you just said. What's wrong? She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. It's this? It's probably it's not quite right. What's unusual about the suitcase? That?
Take that!
Something very peculiar about these wheels. As in, there are no stoppers in place on these. If it had stoppers, one would think the turbulence would send it flying. And, so it's very likely the suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it. Does that have blood on it? Has blood on it, doesn't it? 3, 2, 1. Does that have blood in it? Appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. It's a cloth. And it's soaked with blood. Yuppers. It's blood. Appears the suitcase is very strongly tied to a murder after all. Aha! Now explain this to me. What does a suitcase have to do with a murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say the killer used a suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps. Are you just talking about the cloth, then? That alone is too small. The larger I'd be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is... Surely... It's not that big, is it? It's not that big, is it? No.
Take that!
I guess it is. Compared to theirs, yeah, compared to how tall they are, yeah. So they'd be fit inside a suitcase that's also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? Aha! What? In light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved in the elevator from someplace else. Which means the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying after moving the body in the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing, just that. I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. The captain feels he has allowed you ample time. Says he'd appreciate if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. Stand his sentiments, however, I'm not allowed to complete my investigation. The crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. I must stop there and insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. That's your only condition. I believe we can accommodate your wishes. Here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch everything together. Found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. She is suspicious, though. Regarding what Miss Meal said, reminded me of Miss Tenero. I cannot allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. To be continued. Save your progress, sure. Airport arrival. Oh, look at this colorful cast of characters. Is that Salmonella? That is, isn't it? I know that once we had landed, I was supposed to let the local police take over. Thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. Just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. So I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? Must be a way for me to continue my investigation. Didn't expect you, Miles Edgeworth. Who's that? Oh! Franziska. Thought you were still in Germany. I go where I am needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught. Her name is Franziska von Karma. The daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Headed up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. Placing you under arrest. What? It's quite frustrating, actually. I'd hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue, but I'll have to take what I can get. Never thought I'd see the day. A disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? Wait, it's all been misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. Misunderstanding? Heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. Waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? I suppose I'll reserve judgment until after I investigate this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then. That's as it should be. Ha! Don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people. To be perfect in every way. The fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed to fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? Have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir! He's back. Too slow. Oh! Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand?
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him?
It's simply yes or no, detective. Yes, sir. Understand, sir.
Just leave it to me.
Miles Edgeworth, if you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now, if you'll excuse me.
Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay.
Thank you, detective.
Believe me, sir, you can lean on me. I'll get you through this.
I'm a bit curious as to what Franziska is up to. Maybe we should ask the good detective. Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you. Can we talk to Salmonella? I'm looking from behind. I've seen this man somewhere before. Nom nom nom. Soviet Russia won't flex leapfrogs eat you. Found it, lol. I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000, lols. Next leaked movie's gonna be the Steel Samurai, War of Nero Tokyo, versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. He's got a rock so many boxers. Steel Samurai's finally getting a movie. Good talk. Good talk, Sal. So how's the initial investigation going?
We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. We're taking statements now, sir.
Sounds like Franziska. She was always good at quick responses to a case.
I'd say she was a little too quick, sir.
Oh? How so?
I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. Somehow when I got here, this one car was already barking out orders at everyone. It's kinda creepy, though she knew there had been a murder or something. Had come in advance to await your flight's arrival.
That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly, out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. Ah yes, America. Where Ace Attorney always takes place. There must be some backstory to all this. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Wait, hold on, before we continue. Have you seen my badge?
Mr. Edgeworth, I think something just fell out of your pocket.
What do you...
Yeah. So did something fall out or not? I didn't get a good look, sir.
It doesn't concern you, so don't worry about it. The prosecutor's badge, of all things. Don't you must never know that I dropped it. Oh, I didn't think... Oh, I thought that was just a generic answer for nothing, but... Oh, that's cute. I didn't know that. Let's ask about Von Karma.
Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office just a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident.
No details?
It's kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it. Even with me, sir.
Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part is what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine.
Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. You should find out more as we investigate.
It's high time to resume my investigation. Start talking to the people involved in this case afresh. Okay, anyway, who are you? Lunchland. Not bad. It's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops.
Ooh, I always wanted to get their steak lunch a try.
What should I go with? I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags. If you really want one that badly, Detective, why don't you go ahead and buy one?
Is that okay, sir? Thanks. Alright, then I'm really gonna get one. Here I go. Excuse me, miss. I'll take a Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, please.
Please aware the most expensive one on the menu.
Awesome.
Can we just go back in? Yeah, I guess we can. Who's this man? So, you must be the captain. Why, yes, I am. Who might you be? I am the prodigy prosecutor, Franziska von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? Only advice for you, my dear Cammy. Would bet money on our dear Captain much of a reputable person.
Sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir?
He was in the cockpit the entire time. I doubt he would know anything of use. Now, I can leave that type of witness to Franziska and her whip. Yuppers. Our law book is still here. Ah! Yup. They really did leave everything intact. Oh, there he is.
Now see here! Sorry, I'm sorry! How long do you intend to hold me? It's possible to be the criminal I told you.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop me from going. Time is money. Don't have you 1 second of wasteful time to spend.
Hold on. If I'm gonna continue this, I need some Sodar.
Yeah.
One large Sodar and French fries. And a cheese burrip. And ham buns. Want some soda ASMR, chat? There you go. Sorry. Surely that'll ease my throat. Could make it worse, but... Anyway. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Did you finish taking a statement yet?
Yep, all done, sir. Do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back.
What's your cargo?
Make a single scratch of my art, you would pay.
Art? What sort of art?
Mr. LeBlanc's an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down the cargo hold, sir. Practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts.
Full costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me?
Oh, it's a Borginian cloth.
As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose.
Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from over the seas for more.
This is the cargo you're talking about earlier.
No. My cargo this time is much, many gigantic. You, detective, we're gonna have my cargo moved. You get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. That's stubborn as you, police. It is no good. It's no good that attendant refused to exit the attendant's room, too.
That attendant? What if he's talking about Miss Tenero? What do you mean by that, attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken to the attendance room for interview. They still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished my own interview much earlier, quicker than her.
Why is Miss Tenera's interview the only one that's taking up so much time? Miles Edgeworth, you're given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenera. Wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room. Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska's logic does not complicate things. You go for the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in this very lounge and the body was discovered. At the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likely suspect. You foolishly foolish fool. The likely suspect, Franziska. Do you have a problem with that? It's not like you use such vague wording. You should be a bit more absolute. I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I'll prove my innocence soon enough. I have to continue my investigation. I have to break her line of logic fast.
Okie dokie.
We do have the suitcase, but let's press first, just in case. So tell me, Franziska, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene? I know all that I need to know in order to arrest you. Nothing more? Are you saying there's more I need to know?
Why'd you whip me, sir?
Sorry, Scruffy, my hand must have slipped. Peter Franziska doesn't know all the facts of this case yet. Okay, do we just present the suitcase and leave it at that?
Objection!
Yes, we do. It would appear that you do not have all the information you need after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Objection!
Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me? All he did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. Does it prove that the body was moved? It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide their cloth. I expected you to come to that conclusion. Seem I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Von Karma is perfect in every way. But did you know the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As if there's proof of that! Where's the proof the suitcase was moved around? Well, this, first of all, but also, was there not... Was there not blood right there?
That's the victim's blood, right, sir?
Suspect so. I won't know much more until it's been processed by forensics.
It was a good thing no one wanted to buy the suitcase.
How so?
Imagine the shock on their face when they go to open it and pops out a dead body.
I suppose. It's really nothing to get all shocked over. I'd say it is. Okay, but yeah, something being dragged.
Take that!
Spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes, I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where's the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here?
Take that!
This mark here. Would you say it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels? I suppose. Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. Meaning that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. Glad you've come to your senses. Oh, not so fast. So as to put you in the clear, not by a long shot. Oh? How so? You prepared yourself to quiet the picky pick before the plane hit that turbulence. Nope. We know that. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase,
The plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. No way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you're taking it from. And to be the discoverer of the body. The body has been discovered. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. So what are you insinuating? And I'll show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop. Luckily, we know exactly what to show here. Before the turbulence, eh? After the turbulence.
Objection!
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic, essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. What if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake. This Captain Hugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. What? The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. It was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. It was him! Biscuit Dough Hands Man! I knew it. Back to the elevator. The killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. And the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from off the floor. He took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks. You there! Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? Didn't find anything as lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used or broken during the turbulence. The remaining items all test negative for any trace of blood. I see. Well, Miss Miles Edgeworth, appears your stall tactics are at an end. But it's possible just hidden somewhere, sir. Yay! If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. This cloth was hidden inside that suitcase that signals to me the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. It means the real murder weapon is either still in the murderer's personage, or still at the real crime scene.
Objection!
There's one more possibility, and that would be that the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish! The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. Just at that time, the glass pane of the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see, so that means the killer had the key to the display case. Franziska, the person you're talking about... Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. He tricked the captain, and granted you permission to conduct your own investigation. Yet it's a sin of lying. Speaking of which, I'm called you also wish to speak with her. Yes. Very well, permission granted. But if I consent to your interrogation. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her, but you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Miss Tenno is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. Let's move. Let's swoosh on in there. There we go. There she is. Professional style. Miss Meal is very much in professional style. She is very much not that. Also, I wonder which bunk is hers. So, you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's mail is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Mr. Nero. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too. Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? All right. Investigate the room first.
What's all this junk inside these boxes? No rhyme or reason to any of it. Fabulous! Lost and found. That's like all the guy's stuff.
Gold crowns and swords and necklaces, like a treasure trove in here, sir.
The fact that these were left on the plane implies they were carried out into it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for go use and some metal detectors out for repairs. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm certain that the well-kept one up top belonged to Miss Tenero.
You know, this bottom was a giant mess.
You slow and squalid scoundrel of a man! You dared to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy! Yow! Something is life best kept to yourself, detective. The suitcase. The suitcase signed by Miss Tenero. Tell it's hardly ever been used by lack of even a single scratch on it.
These are the attendant's lockers, sir. Let's open and examine them, sir.
Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendant's lockers? Wait, detective. The uncouth of us look in a woman's locker without her permission.
Yeah, I guess so. But to feel this murderous draft, I can sense a whip not far behind.
Professional style. What exactly is this panel for? Now that's the emergency control panel for the elevator. We used it to stop the elevator on the first floor and to keep its doors open. Okay, let's talk. Captain's permission? Why'd you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I'd be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. Definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I want to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You're able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Mr. Nero, is it? There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. So you in the in-flight shop just for the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, That's some hesitation. Francisca seemed to have struck a nerve.
Tell us the truth.
All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do.
You're saying it was for work, then?
Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. Don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Mr. Nero claims you have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. Is that all there is to it? Maybe we should ask her about that thing. The suitcase or the piggy bank? Maybe the suitcase. Could you please take a look at this for me, Miss Tenero? Oh, that suitcase. Yes, about this suitcase. You are the one who designed it, correct? I think I figured something else out about it. The suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Won't you please tell me more about the suitcase? Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know. I was glad to see that was the last one there. The last one there. The last one, huh? So you're saying, Mr. Nero, is that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes, they're just so popular, practically flying off the shelves. Not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee you personally as a service professional. Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous. What? Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on, my issue with the suitcase isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining. Remaining? There are 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there's only one. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I thought there's only one suitcase left. Something is amiss here. Could the meaning be there's inconsistency? By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... I thought you said there was only one left. That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. Used it for a long time? I think not. Miss Tenero, I'd appreciate if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I don't believe for even 1 second they've used this for a very long time. Because you didn't take the dang tags off it. Silly.
Take that!
Tell me, Mr. Tenero, is also you happen to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase. Also, that suitcase is $1,200. Jesus Christ. I mean, I haven't had to buy a suitcase like a very long time. Like, $1,200. That's a lot. Ah, what is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know what you are trying to hide. Now, the suitcase was originally in... was in the invite shop, obviously, because of the price tag. Seeing as how the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. The person who bought the suitcase was... Did she buy it herself?
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Miss Tenero? I hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poor the design that you poured your heart into was selling. You were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? Since the reason you went to the shop and come back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed my design was chosen. Thought that maybe it finally accomplished something. But the suitcases didn't sell. Because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous. Can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them, either. They weren't selling a single one. They were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there day in and day out. I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. Buy one every single time you work a flight. I see. So in order to keep your revolution, you vendor bought one today as well. Yes. Here's my receipt for the purchase. 6:40 a.m. 6:40 a.m. Hold on. That doesn't make sense. This receipt is clearly time-stamped. I thought it's a... It looks like 6. Hold on, let me zoom in on that. It looks... Am I going blind? At this size, it looks like it says 6. Okay, but it says 5 here. Don't tell me it doesn't look like 6. It's 5:40. Whatever. Whatever, man. I don't even care. Truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Miss Tenero, where are these other suitcases? They should all be down the cargo hold. Since the suitcase the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to... Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. How could they? The suitcases were meant to be faithful partners for our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Mr. Tenero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold on the elevator? No other way is just through that door there. And what about security? The door has no special lock installed because... Just to enter this room, Need a special key card that only crew members have access to. Means the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers, leaving only crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it. Yes, Franziska? Going on these wild goose chases. You're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. What do you mean by that? This suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member. Use their key card. Miles Edgeworth! So proposing the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. That's other attendant, Miss Meal. Asked her earlier and she had this to say. This got information out of Miss Meal. In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required. A different one? Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Vodatinero, and only you. Ah! Is this true, Miss Tenero? Yes, I keep that key card in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Yes, hold on. And then he gets it's gone. I don't believe it. What's wrong? The key card, it's gone. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen, but in fact just tried to hide it from us. Really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. Could you tell us a little about what's down at the station? Officer, arrest this woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Edgeworth. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Franziska, I know that you're the lead investigator on this case. However... Hold it! Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. Let's go. To be continued again.
Yeah.
Decisive evidence. Here we are.
Well, so this is the cargo hold, huh?
Oh, there he goes. It's off running.
It's so big!
This plane is a special model. It's with a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first-class seating. So is this the realest scene of the murder? Certainly a high probability of that, which is why we're here, correct?
Okay, let's get investigating, sir.
Let's go. Suitcase?
What's in the suitcase, pal?
What the victim checked in, sir. The suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I think he might have took a closer look.
There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir.
Wait, a file.
There's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir.
It's like a profile of Franziska.
Oh.
Why would Mr. Hicks have had a file on her? That is weird. Take a look. They're not evidence, so we can't really take a closer look. There's a suitcase missing.
Holy suitcase, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-can-use suitcase fair.
So the other leftover ones they couldn't sell. What was the company's planning to dispose of after this flight's over?
This paint job is really cool, don't you think? Practically screams artsy.
Oh, why not purchase one then? Sure, it will bring you much happiness.
You think so? Maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200! I think I'll pass.
This Tenero one is why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, definitely looks like one is missing. What's this brittle substance I'm stepping on? Bunch of glass fragments! Oh, they're from the glasses, aren't they? Boop-a-da-boop. And they're shaped like a lens, kind of. Ah! I think we can safely conclude these fragments are from a pair of glasses.
The victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses.
Exactly what I was thinking. Sure, the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected.
So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir?
Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now?
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that probability has just skyrocketed considerably. Let's have to find the murder weapon. Okay. Bed sheets. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew.
This sure bring back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir.
Looking at his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. No matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Ah. Poor Gumshoe. Didn't know this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo.
This thing's as tall as two of you on top of each other, sir.
Probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity.
What, really? Oh, yes, I guess that sounds about right.
Really, you don't take that throwaway estimate seriously, Detective. What are these? Flammable things. Sorts of boxes are piled up here.
This one says flammable. This one says pharmaceuticals. Cradle pharmaceuticals.
This one says for exorcism use only. What kind of operation is this airline running? And there's the elevator.
Well, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. Here, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it.
The elevator is currently stopped on the first floor, Detective. It can't move.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's what I'd be pushing now.
Nothing would happen normally anyway without the special key card. Well, for the door of the attendance room of the elevator, there's control panels. Required key card makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. Hello, Ossifer. You noticed anything strange happening around here?
No, sir. Haven't noticed a thing.
Not sure that he meant to sound so oblivious. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? You then immediately began to direct the investigation. Seems to me you were already here at this airport for something besides his murder. Yes, I was. Why at the airport? I've been following a very large involved governmental-level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. It was decided I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Aha. Wait a minute. Don't tell me. This guy with Interpol? This guy might be with Interpol. That's the case. It's a top secret operation, so I can't really tell you any more than I already have. Can I present anything to Franziska? How about my badge? There's something much more urgent we be dealing with right now. To fix my time or yours. Do we just straight up go... Is this anything? Our health got refilled, so... Yep. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska?
Well, I know, but he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir.
Franziska said she came to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation.
Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her.
Detective, I think it's more likely Mr. Hicks was in actuality Interpol agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. Franziska got some explaining to do. Came to this airport to rendezvous with your victim, didn't you? Nonsense! What are you talking about? We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. Suppose it was prepared for him so he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like they got him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. He went undercover to investigate this crime. It was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I expected to receive a call about his murder instead. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence. Agent Hicks came down here the cargo hold.
What was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. No, I get it. Maybe forgot something in the suitcase and came down to get it. Oh! Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he's here to investigate the smuggling operation here I was observing. Miss, you know exactly how we intended to pursue his investigation? No? Fortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see. This raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks might have identified himself to a member of the crew. Entered the cargo hold of that person who let him in. Yes, and he was murdered here. These glass fragments as broken glasses are testament to that. And then... Killed up an Agent Hicks in one of the spare suitcases and... He entered the elevator. While they're riding it up... The plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open, Agent Hicks's body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. This explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. Aha. So I'm gonna guess... I'm going to guess that this has something to do with the smuggling ring. I'm going to guess it's this. What? Really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks the cargo hold. What's important to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. It's the only person such a high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. I said, that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? Yes? I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that.
Hold it!
Might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Mealy, even the captain. Don't be a fool. But that's what pilots of cockpit is like. A horse without a rider, crop in hand. Much like Scruffy over there. Hey! Can't disagree with her on that. That gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Very well, what about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal? Thought you might ask about her.
Hold it!
How likely the keycard was stolen from Miss Tenero? It's highly likely. Is that the possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father? Yes, well, I don't have any evidence. Be quiet! You're a disgrace! There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Tenero, you know? Just the keycard that gives her away? About the murder weapon the Captain Hugo piggy bank? Yes! She's just the only person with the key to open that display case! There's the matter of the key to the display case held the murder's bank. True. But... it has a fake... Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth! So you don't have any proof it's just a red herring. You must keep on insisting it's a fake. So what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. For all you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. Must be a way. Must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. Should we examine it further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? Maybe the bank itself? See if the blood... or the body. Either would work, maybe. What does the game want me to do? And this guy, I think you're too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. Can I not say you made a snap judgment you've yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon? Scruffy! Yes, sir? Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy. Yeah, yes, sir. There we go. We got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What is it, detective? They're still doing the autopsy. They said they already know one thing for sure. Report now. The doc said it's one giant bruise from beating with his shoulder down with his mid-back.
From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back? He's beaten over such a wide area. But there's blood in the back of his head.
Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. Wasn't just his head.
Oh, it wasn't just his head. Okay.
Killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir.
Okay. Scruffy, what does had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean?
Well, that's,
Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective?
Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir.
You're completely useless!
Yow! So I told you already, can't go down there. No, you move myself from my way.
Is all that racket? Yep, I guess that was right.
My luggage and my cargo, they're mine. I demand you return them to me. We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand, have a little patience. Suppose there's no choice. Finally, I think he gave... Hey, what are you... You have left me no choice but use strong force. Ah! Don't get past me.
This is... Wait, that's it! That's how this whole thing has been about. As a matter of the key to the display case that held the murderer's bank. After all, you know, we searched the entire cargo hold and came out empty-handed.
Doc says one giant bruise from being from his shoulder down to his mid-back.
Is it these two? Let's try this. Is like smuggled in one of the... No, it's not. Oh, it must be these two, huh? Because he fell? Thought it was something else for a second. It's gotta be this then. It's not that! What do you mean? Would it be Cosdank and Piggy Bank, or is it, I guess let's try it. There we go. Much of the killer struck the victim many times over. Which is why there's extensive bruising over such a wide area. Is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle part of his back is one continuous mark. It's more just of a single blow to the back. That's the case, and the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. For the murder weapon must be something far bigger. Is it this? Yep. For looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it'd stick out. So far, I haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration.
What was that all about? Just trying to jump his way down here?
Franziska! What do you want? I found it, Franziska. Found the real murder weapon. You did?
He really just jumped.
We didn't realize until now, but the answer's been right in front of us this whole time.
He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs.
There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. It's kind of a prosecutor of the habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you're really a prosecutor, you'll back yourself up with evidence.
You two aren't listening at all, are you?
This man's gonna die because the two prosecutors are arguing with each other. Do I have evidence to show? Not on me. Oh, wait, is it this? Or is it, do I have no evidence? That I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish reasoning from a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. Okay, thank goodness. I was hoping they'd do something like that. What do you mean I don't have the evidence to show? Perhaps I should phrase it as that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Ghost! 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 Exorcism! Incorporeal! Ghost! I knew it! Free fall. Victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground. He fell to his death? Yes, that's the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. The only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. But the murder happened inside this plane. I know. You're claiming that there's some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from? As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us this entire time. You can't mean... Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs to this very cargo hold. What? Then... We're in trouble. We have a second death on our hands, sirs. Oh yeah, the guy did... Yeah. Hey you, tell me you're dead, pal. Quiet, why are you screaming? He's alive! And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man's living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? It would have been a Borginian pancake for sure, sir. Suppose that man over there would have still be breathing. But the reality is the cargo box is there. So there's no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios. Maybe there now. There's no proof that was always there. As if there could have been a window of time when this giant box was not there. But there was. What? I know it. I know it. Me, teacher, me. Me. Me.
Take that!
I know it. You've refueled in the Republic of Zhangfa? This flight had a short layover in Zhangfa in order to refuel. That wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? For the proof of my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. Oh, it's labeled Zhangfa Express! Correct. It was loaded on the plane in Zhangfa. Aha! Now, what if the box in question was also loaded at the same time? Does it mean that's a box? Was not here in the cargo during the Europe-Zhangfa leg of the flight? Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. But their theory is still very far-fetched. Allow me a chance to prove how very like my scenario is. First order is to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. If I were to hazard a guess, that one piece of evidence that we haven't used yet is a rather large piece of cargo. The tag on it, sir, let's see. Olive red statue, never heard of it. Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Let's get investigating, sir. Uh-oh. Look here, do not go about touching my possessions without my permission. Don't rush up me like that, pal. As long as Mr. LeBlanc does it. See what else I can find out from him. Should I just... Is this it? Okay. Taking this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc. Of course it is mine! Shipped this fine piece of art from Europe! This out of red statue worth 10 million cents! No, maybe much, much more! Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. 10 million cents? Suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of news that makes, detective. Darn, how'd you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression that the heat continues to madly spin in place. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, is that 10 million cents? Is that in euros or dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there's a chance your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer.
It's a very valuable piece of art, so no. There'll be no touching.
Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring. It's possible it's fake statues brought on board in Zhangfa. You need to question him a bit further. That was the easiest one yet. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I don't know if that might be a fake.
What? How dare you say my art is fake?
I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring.
Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here.
So you mean it's a cargo code certification document?
Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once.
Caroline's Airway Bill.
Can't read this. What does it say? It says as plain as day. The cargo is put to the plane in Europe.
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. The statue's bought on board in Europe, as it states in the certificate.
No, that's...
Which means there never was a window of time which the statue wasn't sitting there.
Yo!
I respectfully disagree. Can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself.
Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see that I'm right.
Yuppers! This. I know I've seen this somewhere before.
This is the Aleph Red. Got such a feeling of art. You can practically smell it. This statue's a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled in a museum in Europe, brought to this country to exhibit it.
10 million cents. Of course, look is warranted here.
Let's take a look.
It's the infamous Alfred statue.
Was it, Mr. Edgeworth? You find something?
There's something wrong with this picture. We can examine in more detail. Is it that? No, hold on. This is new stuff. Hold on. So this is the Alfred statue. I swear I've seen this somewhere before.
No wonder this thing's worth 10 million cents. Look at how it sparkles, sir.
What called sparkling detective. Made more lines of dully shining. Look down. Look up. Look down. Look up. Well, I think we need to deduce with this statue. Oh, it's red here. The eyes are not red here. Is that maybe some sort of gem?
That's a real nice shade of orange. For a second, I couldn't even tell they're jewels. They kind of remind me of the eyes of this stray cat that lives near my house.
Are they supposed to be this color? Is it possible the statue's a fake? Yuppers, it is. But someone connected to any of the evidence I hold? It is. I knew it. These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think?
Yeah, and pretty. I know your son said when I was in grade school, sir.
I don't think you see what I'm talking about.
No, I do, but it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. Remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out until I felt ill.
I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo?
Ah! Sir, they're red!
As I thought. This statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc.
What do you want? You know I'm a busy man? Like 2 seconds for your answer.
The Aleph Red. I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not?
The biggest trophy of the European trip. You know I wanted to possess this statue?
The trigger started 17 years ago.
Better grab a chair, sir. It's not gonna be a long story.
Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you. You have my heartfelt sympathy, but...
What is that? Sympathy for what?
You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes.
That large fellow's very pretty eyes compared to you.
I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo.
By the sudden yelling, and the... Oh! The photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe.
Ah! Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake.
A fake?
Eyes being blown over. An even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmed that it is indeed a fake, there seems sort of proof this was brought aboard in the Zhangfa. I'll present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. So how is a fake?
The aunt is looking too happy about it either, sir.
I'll get to the bottom of this for his sake as well as mine.
Wait, up.
What's this? Oh, yeah, it's on top of the tarp, yeah.
Statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover. Kinda resembles its own attitude in a sense. You! What did you said now?
Well, my colonial's ham is not being stepped on by anyone. Too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please give the trespasses my subordinate.
Why should I give the trespasses? That's an expensive dress, you keep it!
Okay, so this is what we do. And this is what we... I guess it's that. Because this was boarded after that. What? Anything else here? The suitcases? Leftover suitcases sit here, lined up two pretty neat rows. But from Mr. Narrow, but the design is unremarkable.
Oh, why don't they sell to the airport and have a bargain basement sale? Buy one, get one free. You win the raffle, you get one more for free. How about those ideas, sir?
If they did that, everyone would lose. So it's the tarp, then? What have we here? It says
Zhangfa Express the cloth, sir.
Something is tugging on the corner of my mind. Something is out of place. Oh, this. I realized this was a separate thing. There's clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? Just a simple case of a cargo cover getting stuck on another piece of cargo. Ah, that's not possible! But it is. It shouldn't be this way. The statue's on top of the cloth. Suppose that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in the Zhangfa. There's no way any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhangfa. But then what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return. What about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down in the middle of the flight? There's only one reason why. Secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. He could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true. Have you have it backwards, Franziska? Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited till after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. That time, suspicion would naturally fall on the statue's owner. He would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. If there was someone involved who was forging and modifying cargo certificates. Ah. We did it.
I guess the victim to the real version is gonna get nabbed, huh?
There he is. Well, this one can be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir. It's in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. Rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was to hold the Zhangfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly. So it goes to prove my theory. The statue was not in a cargo hold during Europe. Zhangfa leg of the trip would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer! Move this statue immediately! I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath. Now!
Miss Von Karma, ready to report my findings. Go on. Move the Alfred statue out of the way. We tested the air underneath with luminol and there was a reaction. Aha. I see. So it was a reaction to luminol. And indications of blood in that spot. Oh, can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It seemed my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. How do you think the killer did that? They could have cleaned up all the blood. Probably that.
Take that!
Killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see. So they had to need to clean up all the blood for the plane that in Zhengfa. Because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane dead in Zhengfa? There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. If that's true, that there was a certain person's testimony to doubt. The murder occurred before Lin Zhengfa, and this becomes highly suspect. Would it be Miss Meal? Try that. Recall Miss Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed Zhengfa. I saw Mr. Hicks saying his seat at 5 a.m., you know. She claimed Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but... That totally contradicts the facts, sir! But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Meal herself. I'll keep going for now. At least when I finish this case, at the very least. It's something about Ace Attorney that can greatly increase my stamina for streaming. Which, you know, kind of explains the Hive swap one, because that would have had an Ace Attorney segment. Miss Meal? Miss Meal! Recall what you said earlier about when you answered some service calls we were departing from Zhengfa? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that's simply not possible. Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhengfa. Miss Cammy Meal! Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did? I can make a mistake so large, Miss Meal. And I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. Must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well, Miss Meal, if you please tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah? Oh, she's so sleepy. I can't tell if the soda is helping my throat or not. If it's making it worse, rather. No. Oh, yeah. From 3 to 4, I was in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. Yeah. From 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. How's a man supposed to react to testimony like that? Miss Beale, wake up! She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. Let's do it! Pressing time. Wake up! Miss Meal, wake up! I'm awake, I'm awake. Miles Edgeworth, I demand you do something about this flight attendant this instant! Why ask me to wake her up when you can finally put this whip to appropriate use? 3 to 4, I was in the flight attendant's room by a lonesome self. If I remember correctly, food was being served at first class in the lounge. Between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m. Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhoda. What were you doing in the attendant's room at that time? Eating and having a most delicious dream. You're neglecting your duties! No way, sleeping's part of a job too, you know. Cool, man.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up! I'm awake, I'm awake. Meow! What'd you whip me for, sir?
Oh, what'd I miss? Poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your stead. Really? Sorry about that. Make amends for that, but continue with your testimony. This is probably the most uncooperative testimony, like witness rather.
Hold it!
One of the most we've had. One of the worst we've had. So you're lonely the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi. Oh, I think your contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Let's raise an objection. Miss Meal, there's a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. What are you talking about? Not possible you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m. Okay, we can't present in person yet. I mean, is it just that? Look in here. Yeah, there's drinks there. Is it just her own testimony? Oh, wait. Because she bought it and brought it to you. Okay, yeah.
Take that!
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal. Receipt? For what? For the suitcase Miss Tenero bought. If I may direct your attention to the timestamp. See, it clearly says 5:40 a.m., Miss Tenero. Yes? Why is the killer here? I'd have locked her up by now. Requested that she be present as a witness, so I may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Tenero. Between hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-fight shop, correct? Yes, I went to the shop by a suitcase, to which I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off. Did you see Miss Meal there at that time? No. So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Cammy Meal! The bathroom? I'll be the one to ask the questions here. Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know. Take me for a fool? It's a little too convenient to be true. What is the truth? Cross my heart. Have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage. You don't blame me, do you? At least won't you give me a chance and hear me out? Fine, I guess so. I know you suspect me because I'm one of the crew. You think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda, too. She's the one in charge of the elevator key card in the shop, you know. Yeah, it's me, it makes you super suspicious. Please leave Miss Tenero out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now. I don't get it. Why are you always covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda. Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I? Never mind, but you want to know something? Miss Rhoda actually kind of so you know what, to the people who can't appreciate my sense of design. No, it's not the time for this sort of talk. Boy. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Wow.
Hold it!
No, it's not the only reason I'm suspecting you. Your statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned to be a bunch of lies. I'd say it was to a 10. You wouldn't suspect me then, would you? Yes, I suppose that's true enough.
Hold it!
She is already being detained for further questioning. Or have you already forgotten? I mean, she's here right now. Oh yeah, I guess I just forgot. Cammy, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, I can't help it. Even there's no one else who could have done it. Can't believe you'd think that. I mean, me, a killer? Miss Meal, what'd you mean just now by no one else who could have done it?
Hold it!
And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal? I take care of the attendance room. That doesn't count. I spend so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages, so she assists passengers who may not speak English, especially those who speak Borginian. She's the only one in this flight who is fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why don't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yeah, so I'm really good at Borginian. He's fluent in Borginian. And I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian. Yeah, I don't care if anything has to do with Borginian. Very interesting. Borginian stuff, like this fake certificate.
Objection!
So you're the only one in this flight crew that speaks Borginian. Is that correct? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied from Virginia for a while. If that's the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue is located in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Miss Beale. Without your participation, the smuggling of the alien thread could not have occurred. She's too tired to even react. Don't sleep by pointing my finger at you. Oh. I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. Exactly as you say. I confess in having participated in the smuggling. No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. I can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. I knew it was Bubbles! I was like, is she like preparing like a bubble maker thing? I knew it. She's blowing bubbles! Wait, is she fake sleeping the whole time? Because that's funny. Really? All you did was sign it? I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Seems like she's finally woken up. It's gonna be one tough fight. Suppose this is just supposition. If I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that. If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Jix was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda's a smuggling ring member? For all like me, Rhoda's access to many things is playing for work purposes. Oh god. So perhaps there's some element of setup at play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First there's myself, that's Miss Tenero who's on the microscope. Seems to me that killer's going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. And no proof that Rose being set up or that she isn't. I should believe she was indeed the intended target at the very beginning. I believe the plan was to push all the blame for the crime onto her. This evidence will prove my suspicions. Okay, let the frame the snare from the very beginning. Let's take a look here. Suitcase, maybe? Maybe the suitcase, I'm gonna say.
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and if they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? The only way all of these actions make sense is that the killer wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase in every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with one containing the victim's body, and put in a very tight spot. Fortunately for the killer, Turbines put an end to that plan. Wasn't enough time to put the body back in the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever's at hand, adapted their plan, tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. Killer then went to hide the suitcase at the in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? And why the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? It's because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. Special circumstances could be for the killer to frame someone. Probably where? Because they discover the fake statue. Special circumstance simply the murder took place in a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs are quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chance that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there's no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Tenero or myself, but you, Miss Chamomile. Only you and your tea. I mean, you alone could be the killer. And... You done already? I'm about to fall asleep again. And let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. Yeah. Uh-oh. See the outline of how the murder occurred. I have no definitive evidence. Is there a piece of evidence that's still accounted for? Something I still can't quite fit into the big picture?
Take that!
I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. That's because it went missing, and still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? A complex puzzle is this case, there's one piece kept getting stuck on. There's the victim's cell phone. Franziska? You were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. At least that's what you told me. That's right! But Agent Hicks' cell phone could not be found at the crime scene. Means the killer took the phone with them? Precisely. Expected that where to find that phone would lead us to the killer. Come on, get serious. Get real. The victim fell to his death from that height. Won't his phone break as well? Won't know that unless we try a little experiment, will we? Franziska, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? Of course I do. Oh?
Edge Hicks's phone! It's ringing from somewhere, sir!
I hear it, Detective. Now where's it coming from? Is it here? Up the flight attendant's room. Oh! Up. Gumshoe's pathfinding was having trouble there.
The ring's come from somewhere here, sir!
No stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. Let me guess. Doesn't seem to be over here. Okay.
Let's look somewhere else, sir!
Lost and found? See, my phone got mixed up with the items in this lost and found pile. Is it in the locker?
Well, it's not like the victim just dropped it somewhere, right, sir?
The ring is coming from somewhere around here.
It's not here, sir!
Why do I have such a bad feeling about where we're going to find the phone? Oh, it's in Tenero's locker?
It's come from in here, sir!
What? No, it can't be!
This has gotta be the victim's cell phone. Whose locker is this, sir?
It's Miss Tenero's.
What?
Yo-oh. Mr. Edgeworth, how'd it go? Where did you find the phone? I found it in the flight attendant's room, in Miss Tenero's locker. What? But... Put it Tenero! I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Ms. Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rona Tenero right away. Wait, I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the keycard. The killer went to steal the keycard. They conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time. This is related to the keycard, alright? The same way as zero proof the killer did just that. Ugh. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the one word we cannot ignore. What should I do? Franziska's right. Kept off of baseless conjectures at this point. Right then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? Must have something very incriminating on it, or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet, Snake. Get to figure out why the killer took the phone. What? Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. To examine this phone in more detail. Just Turn it on. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. Can we open up the thing? Must be the switch that opens the phone. Click, clack, type on it? When did they start putting keyboards like these in cell phones?
Hey, there's one of those computer cell phones they started selling recently.
Computer cell phones?
Yeah, it's got a computer in it, and it's a cell phone. A female and a college student. Neat, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
All you need a phone is the phone part, nothing more.
I'm guessing yours can't even send out email. Talk about inconvenient.
Do you have a problem with what I do and not care for, Detective?
No, sir. As they say, simple is best.
Alright, this screen is busted too. Yeah, you have the camera? That's a camera lens! Come to think of it, I wonder... How exactly will Agent Hicks plan to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Franziska, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures?
Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir.
This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine. You think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures of this? In particular, pictures of evidence for a smuggling case? So I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for our killer smuggler.
But the phone's all busted up, sir.
You know, there's a super prosecutor repair a broken phone. Find a way, don't you worry about that. May I go back to sleep now? In a cell, maybe?
Objection!
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Franziska? Looks like our killer wasn't very familiar with electronics. Is this phone still rang when I called it? I mean, only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still there inside waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Oh, you can just do that? You don't need a computer for it? Francisco, your phone if you please. Very well. Transferring. Alright, displaying it now. This is... Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for a smuggling case.
Hey, the Alfred's nowhere in this pic, sir.
This has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right?
Well, she's right. There's not much you can find out for this about Agent Hicks' killer, sir.
Is this it? Is this the end? Wait, there's more pictures! Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? Suitcase. The fact that all the suitcases are here in this photo is odd. Agent Hicks was still alive at the time. So what exactly so odd about suitcases that haven't been used yet being there? Yes, I was only pointing out things that are different between now and then. So off-topic ramblings have put this attempt to sleep yet again, Miles Edgeworth. Give Sleepyhead their rude awakening. A deafening objection and contradiction. What else? Yeah, those weren't there. What's all this? Oh, they are cargo ships from Borginia to Zhangfa. So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zhangfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the content of the boxes? Fortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere.
The cluster box is written Borginian. It says, it is cloth in English.
Cloth? Could it be... Is this where the killer...
What is that scary face?
Miss Meal? Yes? It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence, after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is. Ha! Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth. Agent Cargo's piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. The cloth?
Take that!
And what was that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo was unloading the Zhang VOD cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. This is where the killer grabbed a piece from which to grabbed a piece from to clean up the blood with. I thought sentence was working differently. That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. The only crew member that fits the description is you, Miss Camille. That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't carry the boxes in English or Borginian. Sorry, but I cannot argue with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature. What? There's no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. If the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well then. Logically, the killer would have opened this box first. Bed sheets, bed sheets, bed sheets.
Take that!
Wee woo, wee woo.
Hey, it said bed sheets in English right on the box, sir.
Precisely, and bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? What are you trying to say? If I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first. However, the killer chose to use some Borginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that? The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they're afraid to leave signs that the box for the sheets had been opened. Or the Borginian cloth. Well, that's a horse of a different color. Those were cloths. Edgeworth, not a horse. Because the killer knew it was going to be unloaded the Republic of Zhangfa. That's right. That's why the Borginian cloth was used. And the only Borginian reader on board who can make such a calculated decision is you, Camille. You and you alone. No, don't bring the captain into this. Very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. What we'd have to do is contact the Zhangfa authorities in time. Maybe even find other evidence to incriminate our killer from within those boxes. Yeah. So what do you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess your crime here and now? Don't rip off the head. Don't do it. I'd rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Zhangfa. Ooh! No! He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. We done did it. Another case closed. Sorry. Okay. I think I'm gonna finish after this case. Because I'm going for 5 hours. That's long enough.
We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir.
Very good, detective. What of the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that?
Taking her down to the precinct now. Well, if we can get more out of her there. Never even approached the topic, you just started foaming at the mouth. They're scary, sir.
She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing's for sure, though. The ring behind this whole must mean serious business. Looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Mr. Edgeworth! I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much. It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation. But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. So I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that... Well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. That's... I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. No, I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. Oh, thank you. I'm sure it'll serve you well. And remember, we here at Go You Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind. I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue no matter where you go. Okay, bye. See you never.
I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy was it fun.
Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Franziska?
Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure.
Departure?
Yeah, Miss Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case.
Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserved earlier?
You got, sir.
Saying goodbye. Franziska. I thought I told you when I first landed. I have no time for idle chatter. I have no intention of wasting your time, however. It's been a while since we last met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am? You're Franziska von Karma, very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect. Till only a little while ago was but a wretched butt who's always losing to you. That Zig Pierrot living her life on the name and fame of invincible father built. True, your father, Manfred von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. I wouldn't say it was invincible. What are you talking about? The group on the trail is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found times only one sliver of the big picture. Like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry. Take care of myself? Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there's another agent on the case with me. Oh, another agent? He's a strong one-interpol agent, has the highest success rate. Who knows, may even run into him one day. I'm simply caught up in this one case. I'll see why we cross paths. I suppose, but I doubt he would say it's the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you'll be sure I'll pay you back in full. I don't know what she means. Is that good or bad?
And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness. Finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for a whip.
Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for your help and cooperation.
Well, it was nothing, sir. Just happy to be able to work with you again. I'm gonna celebrate a little extra salt on my instant noodles tonight.
Just how much did you cut his salary by, Franziska? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office.
Sure thing, sir. You can fly down the road in the patrol car if you want.
Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Franziska von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. The players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. Fine, I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you are? Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Mr. Amano. Ernest Amano, correct? So you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. It's been an instant, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped. I want to refresh my memory on who that is. The end. Well, we've done it. We did it! Save complete. The kidnapped turnabout. Well, we'll have to get to that next time, because it's been 5 hours. I don't want this to go on super duper long. I think I'll do it for today, actually. Yeah. Don't have anything else I really need to talk about. We'll continue playing this another time. Yeah. This is fun. I enjoy these games. It's very good. And, I'll try to do it again soon. Pretty soon. Cause, I don't know. You can see when, I binge a game on stream. Just to keep going at it. I wanna prevent doing that with this. Well, I do kind of want to stream more, but I won't go super long again. Just, finish all in one go. I don't even know how long this game is. We still have the second one, too, so we have all the time in the world, really. But that'll be it for today. Thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it, everyone. Today was really fun, and I hope next stream's going to be super fun, too. Probably going to keep doing this if something else comes up. I hope you join me for that. Sure to follow and subscribe wherever you are. All that fun stuff. If you want to be notified on when I'm going to stream and such and all that fun stuff. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye!